ordinary day. Then she walked in and looked my way. With just a glance, yeah, I was sold. My head in disarray. How are ya? How's your night been gone? I said, I'm not that type of guy, you know. But why don't we talk? Yeah, let me buy you a drink. And then she kissed my face, yeah. I'm falling. I was all in. Now I'm running to survive. You got me in overdrive. I'm running, yeah, you've done it. I'm running so fast, you love it. I hope this day it never ends now. Your pretty face has got me in overdrive. After she had me in her grips, then she let go and tossed me in. Just like a shirt into the wash. We'll never know what could have been. I want another chance to prove that I could be the one for you. How could you make me feel so good and then do those evil things you do now? I'm falling. I was all in. Now I'm running to survive. You got me in overdrive. I'm running, yet you've done it. I'm running so fast, you love it. I hope this day it never ends now. Your pretty face has got me in overdrive.
RSVP Brittany, 88 I-5, shown by Whitney Ross. Entry number 2, AKSC Rockstars Miss Fergie, shown by Kennedy Gordon. And entry number 4, RGR Sterling Tide 0221, shown by Ty Green. This is your Class 1 Bred known heifers in the ring.
You bet, folks. For those of you joining us here, we're on our first class of bred and owned heifers. These are going to be, again, April heifer calves. We've got 3 entries in the ring right now. Exhibitors from Mississippi, Texas, and Oklahoma represented here in class number 1. Our judge this morning, Tyler Norvell from Tuttle, Oklahoma, will be making his decision on class number 1 here shortly. He's evaluating, again, these 3 April heifer calves here. Just going to leave them how they stand. If you're following along in your program, it's going to be 1, 2, 3 on your placings. And we'll turn the mic over to
Good morning. I'm really excited to be back at the Brangus Junior Nationals. I got the opportunity to judge this show several years ago, and it was a real pleasure. High quality cattle, and really looking forward to today and working with the young people. As we get out in our first class, we got a really young set of calves. I'm going to go with the young lady's heifer here in front of me to win this class, and she does it on quality alone. Really neat through her up front 1/3. I like the way her neck ties into her shoulder. She's level out of her hip. She gets out and she moves well. She proportionalizes well. She's big ribbed and stout hipped. I guess what makes it close for me is for a mid-April calf, just how big she is. But she wins on quality. If you make them all the same size, she's still the winner. But can understand how some might think that one's a little big for her age. The one that wins, it gets a little closer here for second. I'm going to go with the young lady's heifer that's just got a little more to her today in terms of down her top and out of her hip, a touch more rear rib and flank and a little more foot and bone. I do worry about this heifer's quality up through her head and neck. She's got a little extra skin through her neck and at the base of her neck. Maybe she could just move a touch wider at her base even for her age when you set her in motion. The heifer that's probably the most correct in terms of her frame and maturity for her age is no doubt the heifer in third. That's why I studied her as long as I did to see if we wanted to move her up some. But today, even relative to her greenness, she's just a little frailer boned and smaller footed. Don't want to get out and set down on her rear pasterns, and that's why I left her in the third hole. A lot of differences in this class in terms of growth, maturity, and age, but a really high quality heifer to win our class.
Class placings for Class 1, entry number 1, first place, entry 2, second place, and entry number 4, third place. That's your Class 1 Brangus, bred-known heifers. Class 2 will be entering the ring. If you're in Class 3 or 4, please make your way to the makeup area. Attention in the barn. If you're in Class 4 or Class 5 and 6 wet Brangus, please make your way to the makeup area. This is first call for Class 4, 5, 6, and 7.
You bet, folks. We've got 4 entries coming into our next class here. Looks like we've got 2 Februaries. That's going to be entry 5 and 7. And we're going to have 2 January heifer calves, 8 and 10. So if you're following along in your book, we've got entries 5, 7, 8, and 10 entering the ring here.
Class 2 is entering the ring. Entry number 5, CH Miss Valentine Lollipop, shown by Kason Hayford. Entry number 7, RGR Twinkie Tie 0121, shown by Ty Green. Entry number 8, Thor Miss Carter 757J, shown by Reed Thorne. And entry number 10, MP Miss Charmaine 21J12, shown by Megan Perry. This is your Class 2 bred-known heifers.
Good morning to everyone. We'd like to welcome everybody to our NJBS Bred Known show. We'd like to introduce our judge for today. It is Mr. Tyler Norvell. Tyler currently serves as Executive Director of the Oklahoma Youth Expo, a position he has held since January 2012. In his role, Tyler is responsible for the day-to-day operations of the Youth Expo, as well as fundraising efforts for the nonprofit organization. In the fall of 2020, Tyler was part of starting the Cattlemen's Congress and currently serves as president of the organization and secretary of the board of directors. Tyler is a graduate of Oklahoma State University, where he has earned a degree in animal science. Tyler serves as the 2012 and 2013 OSU Animal Science Alumni Board of Chairman and proud lifetime member of the Oklahoma State University Alumni Association, the Oklahoma Cattlemen's Association, and the Sirloin Club of Oklahoma. Tyler and his wife Beth currently live in Tuttle, Oklahoma, where they have 2 daughters, Madeline and Sailor. Thank you very much, sir, and welcome to the show.
You bet, folks. We're going to just to give you a little background. Entry number 5. Kason Hayford is going to be showing that one. That's going to be out of a Rapid Rewards son that we've got coming to you that would have been raised by Lynn White. I think that bull's currently owned by Milton Sunbeck now. Then we've got entry number 7. That's going to be a 804 E7 option bull, and back to a Star Wars daughter there on the bottom side of the pedigree. And that one's going to be again shown by Ty Green there from Oklahoma. Entry number 8 is a Presidente daughter, back to a Triple Crown cow there on the bottom side, and entry number 10 is going to be a Slugger, back to the 21 E7 that's been shown by the Perry family. So 4 good pedigrees that we've got in here in the ring, and I believe Tyler's about to make his decision with what we've got lined out here with these early spring heifer calves from 2021.
This is a really nice class of heifer calves, and the old livestock judger comes out in me here. This is like a really nice judging class, wouldn't it, Garrett, as he's up there commentating? This is a quality class, but I think it's got some logic to it. I think the 2 higher performing heifers kind of rise to the top because they're the higher quality ones that come together better on the move. And of the pair, I like the quality in the young man's heifer here in first. I mean, just gorgeous up through her front 1/3, puts that awesome silhouette together, really good in her hip and hind leg. And then you go to the ground, she's the biggest footed and the stoutest boned heifer. Now, for some of you watching, you may say that one may not have enough width in her forehead yet and enough mass down her top. And I agree with you, and that's why the heifer in second contends to win. But for me, for a young heifer calf, she's got enough today. No doubt the brood cow prospects the heifer in second, extra big rib, by far the biggest top and stoutest tipped heifer in here. I wish she went to the ground with a little more foot and substance of bone. I wish she had the cool set to her hind leg compared to the one that wins. And then maybe just, as we compare them, maybe just be a little more feminine up through her head and neck. But she's good enough as an individual, but she's in there with one that's pretty unique in that area, so we're going to leave her second. The heifer that goes third kind of logically falls there for me. She's a quality heifer that's adequate in that rib shape and dimension down her top. She's a heifer, though, that gets a little deep in her chest and runs up in her underline, a little bigger in her navel compared to some others in here, not quite a stout bone. And that's sounding awful critical, and a really high-quality heifer young man's got a very bright future. She's just going to get better and better. Hopefully, as she matures, she kind of drops in that rear rib and flank, and that'll uniform her in terms of her balance and eye appeal from the side profile. The heifer that's going to round the class out's really long-necked and neat up for her front end. She's really good in her foot and bone as well. Unfortunately, she's the one that concerns me the most structurally as she's even standing there. She's just not quite right in her spine coming out of her shoulder. Wants to get up in her top a little too much. If we change her there, I think she can contend to move up a few spaces, but just need to be a little more correct in her skeletal makeup. A really nice class with a really logical placing in my mind.
Placings for Class 2. First place to entry number 8, Thor, Miss Carter, shown by Reed Thorne. Second place to entry number 7, shown by Ty Green. Third place to entry number 5, shown by Kason Hayford. And fourth place entry number 10, shown by Megan Perry. Your Class 3 will be entering the ring. We have 3 entries in Class 3. Entry number 12, ACC Haley, 25H6, shown by Clevie Allen. Entry number 13, SB Marie Laveau, 79H, shown by Samuel Belt.
And entry 14, SB Alfaba, shown by Samuel Belt. This is your Class 3 bred and owned heifers.
You bet, like you heard right there, we've got 3 heifers in this, I guess, next to last class from this first division here, but 3 November heifer calves. The first one that you see shown by Clevie Allen is going to be a slugger daughter, back to the 25U donor there at Allen Cattle Company, and one that certainly has made a pretty big impact within what they do, and I believe you'll see more out of the 25U cow there at Allen
Attention
selling
in the
later this
barn,
fall.
attention in the barn. This is second call for Class 4. Also second class for Red Brangus, Class 4, 6, and 7. These are very small classes. Please make your way to the makeup arena.
Then as you heard, we had 2 entries from Samuel Belt, 2 more bred and owned heifers. Those are both going to be Wizard daughters. I believe we have some Wizard semen selling this evening in the Source of Champions sale. So if you're interested or impressed by what you see here, definitely make a point to check out our Source of Champions sale that's going to be closing tonight on Smart Auctions. You can go to the website there for smartauctions.co, and that will allow you to see the offering that we've got there. If you have any questions, obviously feel free to reach out to myself or anybody involved here at the National Junior Board level, and we'll be glad to point you in that direction. But these 2 females, let's see, entry number 13 and 14 from Samuel Belt. One of them, entry number 13, goes back to a Wyman Creek cow from the 79 family, and then lot number 14 is going to be a Bart daughter, the bull that they used quite a bit there from at JLS. I believe that bull originally came from Buck Thomason there in Cranfell's Gap. So again, we got 3 real nice females in here. Clevie Allen, and then Samuel Belt has got the 2 other heifers here. So we'll see what our judge lines these out with. As we talked about earlier today when we started the broadcast, we're going to try to bring some guests on throughout the day, the next couple of days, just to hear some stories, get a little background on the show, and maybe tell you a few things that are going on outside of what's happening here in the show ring, to make sure you're completely informed with what we've got going on here at the National Junior Brangus Show here in Belton, Texas. I believe I've got a guest or 2 that are going to join me here shortly, so we'll keep you posted as some of those folks are able to join me here, and we'll continue with some of the commentary about what's going on here in the ring. But Tyler looks like he is getting ready to make his decision here with these November heifer calves as he makes his way back through and takes one last look before he does his placings here in class number 3.
Another really high-quality class and 2 high-quality individuals here on the top end with different advantages, but both of them really good in what they bring at the ring. The heifer that's going to win from her shoulder back, I don't know how you could build her any better. Just huge topped and burly in her rib cage, big stout hip, and then gets out and moves and handles her hind leg so well. You know, she's not the cleanest fronted heifer, but it matches her body type. I guess where I would change her, she's not wanting to get out and lead, so it's a little harder to read. I wish she reached just a little better out of of her front end, she meets her track. But if we could change it ever so slightly, that one would become even more bulletproof. But a really nice heifer to win. The better balanced heifer is the one in second because she's longer and more unique up through her head and neck. She's really uniform in her body depth and her underline and balance as well from the side profile, and her foot and bone matches her stoutness on the top side of her skeleton. When you get on top of her, though, right behind her shoulder coming out there over her rib, just wants to pinch there in her forerib and get a little narrow. She doesn't blend quite as well from neck to shoulder, the forerib on the top side of her outline. And then, of course, she just doesn't have near the rib shape and overall body of that one in front of her. But I think two different strengths in these heifers, and both of them are really nice. The heifer in third kind of logically falls there. She's a nice heifer in her own right that's adequate in her body depth and stoutness. Unfortunately, just not near as well balanced and doesn't have the eye appeal of the heifer directly in front of her, nor the rib and volume and power of the heifer that wins the class. But I think one that'll be a lot better a year from now as she continues to feed out and mature.
Class champion for Class 3 is entry 12, shown by Clevie Allen. Second place to entry 13, shown by Samuel Belt. And third place to entry 14, also shown by Samuel Belt. This will be Class 4 bred and owned heifers entering the ring.
You bet, folks. In case you didn't catch the results there for class number 3, they're going to be right in order if you're following along in the program. Entry number 12 is first, entry number 13 is second, entry number 14 is third. We have now entering the ring, we have 4 Septembers and an October entering the ring, entry 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. Right in a row, we'll have those coming in right now. Just to tell you a little bit about the cattle entering the ring, entry number 15 is going to be a Nitro daughter back to
Class 4
farm female.
has 5 entries. Entry number 15, SF Peyton's Rose 20H, shown by Peyton Smith. Entry 16, WAT Miss Empire 917H, shown by Trevor Haney. Entry 17, ACC Honey Boo Boo 674H11, shown by Catherine Allen. Entry 18, CMR Miss Addie 622H, shown by Tanner Miller. And entry 19, Rafter L J Lo 157H8, shown by Maddox Hartman. This is Class 4 bred and owned heifers.
You bet. Just to go through again what the cattle that we've got in the ring here. Entry number 15 is going to be a Nitro Son. He's 95B3. The 95 deal is going to trace back to some Cow Creek genetics. Looks like the cow on this particular female comes from Schmidt Farms, shown by Peyton Smith there of Gentry, Arkansas. Entry number 16 is going to be an Empire. Back to El Dorado, shown by Trevor Haney. The Empire cattle, no doubt, have been in high demand in the last 12 months or so. Last fall, they had a great run there at the CDP sales and across the country with just they're so massive and stout, really just Brangusy looking, high-performing kind of cattle there out of the Empire Bull. And again, we mentioned the source of Champion Cell. I'll probably talk about that throughout the day, but we've got some Empire semen that'll be available again tonight in our fundraiser auction for the Junior Brangus kids. Then we've got entry number 17 coming to you from Catherine Allen there in Crockett, Texas. The 674 cow family is really prominent there within the Allen program. She's going to be out of 18E4, which is going to be a stalwart bull. Seen and actually pictured that bull myself here a couple of about 6 months ago. Really impressive. I think we'll see more out of him from the Allens here in the coming months and years. So then we move to entry number 18 coming to us from Tanner Miller, Presidente daughter, back to the 622 family there on the bottom side. And then to round out the class, our oldest heifer is going to be shown by Maddox Hartman. Is going to be a Wall Street out of the great Amy Jo cow, cow that needs a little introduction to the folks here standing around the ring. Herself would have won the Junior National, and I think the sibs to these have been fairly dominant, but the Wall Street progeny over the years have done really well here at the Brangus Junior National. I believe our champion female last year in the own show was a Wall Street, and then our champion percentage heifer was also a Wall Street. So recently that semen commanded a little over 2,500 of straw, sold in some limited quantity there. So we've got 5 really nice females in here. Our judges making his way through here, but it's always great to see the Bred Known Show. I think folks should really appreciate how hard it is to have a really nice Bred Known female in the years it takes to get a nice Bred Known program filled up and be competitive at this level, at the national level. So we've got 5 really nice heifers, all age ranges on our young people out here, from left to right from where I sit here at the announcer stand. So that's nice to see both the future and what some of our exhibitors who've been showing Brangus cattle for a long time. Maddox looks like he'll sort his way into the first hole. Catherine Allen will sort herself into the second hole in our preliminary placings here. But they're making one more half lap around the ring here as Tyler formalizes his placing.
Really nice class of fall-born calves in our final class, this first division, and the 2 that come to the top do so for me because of their running gear and athleticism. But of the pair, there's a logical one that needs to go first, and the extra good balance, good-looking heifer of the young man's here, just really neat up through her head and neck, really level down her top and out of her hip, stout boned. You see her move away. She's got enough for me today. I think a really nice one to win. The one that goes in second goes there for me because she's far more correct in her structural makeup compared to the heifers behind her, and yet she combines it with enough rib and volume and mass to go along with it. Maybe not quite as full in her fore rib, maybe a touch deeper in her chest, but that one can flat out get out and go when you set her in motion. Then we get into the closest placing in the class for me, and that's for third between a pair of heifers you'd like to change structurally. Of the pair, I think there's just a touch more dimension and stoutness to the heifer in third. She comes out of her shoulder with a lot more rib shape and dimension down her top. Unfortunately, this extra mass and power kind of throws her off in her hip and hind leg structure and the way she moves about the ring, and that's why she goes third. Young man's heifer in fourth, one that's got good cushion in her feet and standing still, you would think could get out and move pretty well, but when you set her in motion, she just gets too straight in her hock and comes up too short on her stride for me. Then you move in behind her, she's just a touch narrower in her pins, not quite as massive as those ones in front of her, but yet that's still a good-bodied heifer that gives you a really cowy look. The young man's heifer's going to round the class out one. Here's a big-bodied, easy-fleshing type heifer. Unfortunately, she just got the unfortunate combination of being a touch deeper chested and a little bit frailer bone, and that just kind of makes her the poorest balanced heifer out here in the class, but that one ought to go out, make you a nice cow, young man, and be real efficient out in your pasture.
Placings for Class 4. First place to entry 19, shown by Maddox Hartman. Second place to entry 17, shown by Catherine Allen. Third place to entry 18, shown by Tanner Miller. Fourth place to entry 16, shown by Trevor Haney. And fifth place to entry 15, shown by Peyton Smith.
Alrighty, folks, again, that wrapped up class number
Attention
4.
in the barn, class 5, 6, and 7 for Red Brangus, final call, class 5, 6, and 7, Red Brangus.
As I was saying, that wrapped up class number 4. That's the last class in the first division of our Black Brangus Bred Known show. The winner in that class is coming from entry number 19, Maddox Hartman, with Raptorel.
Our judge will now be evaluating our heifer calf division. Your class champion out of class 1 was entry number 1, RSCC Brittany, 88I5, shown by Whitney Watts. First place entry was entry number 8, Thor's Miss Carter, 757J, shown by Reed Thorne. Out of class 3, your champion was entry number 12, ACC Haley, 25H6, shown by Clevie Allen. Fourth place, entry number 19, Rafterell J-Lo 157H8, shown by Maddox Hartman. This will be for your heifer calf champion. Standing by for reserve, your second place winner is entry number 2, AKSC Rockstars Miss Fergie, shown by Kennedy Gordon. Out of class number 2, entry number 7, RGR Twinkie Ty 0121, shown by Ty Green. Second place out of class 3 was SB Marie Laveau 79H, shown by Samuel Belt. Second place from class 4 was entry number 17, ACC Honey Boo Boo 674H11, shown by Catherine Allen.
Alrighty, folks, as you heard there, we have our first division drive in our Black Bred and Owned Heifer Show. From class number 1 is going to be RSCC Brittany 88I5, shown by Whitney Watts of Mississippi. From class number 2, CH Miss Valentine Lollipop, shown by Kason Hayford there in Florida. Entry from class number 3, ACC Haley 25H6, shown by Clevie Allen. And from class number 4, Rafterell J-Lo 157H8, shown by Maddox Hartman. Tyler's going to make his comments here about the division, and we'll introduce our first guest here after that.
Great calf division to start us off, and if it's any indication for what's to come, it's going to be an awesome morning evaluating these livestock. Kids are doing a great job. This division's got a lot of age variation of almost 8 months from class 1 to the class 4 in this division, but you know, you look at them as an individual, and I think there's one that kind of excels out here in terms of being the best structured one, that's the best balanced one, that's got more than enough to her. I think she's really, really good and got a really bright future. I like her a whole bunch. The young man's calf out of class 4 is going to be your champion in this division. Congratulations.
You bet, folks. As you saw there, our champion from this first calf division is going to be Rafterell J-Lo 157H8, the Wall Street daughter, back to the Amy Jo 157C3 cow, shown by Maddox Hartman here of Texas. So he's going to pull up our second place from that class, which is going to be entry number 17, shown by Catherine Allen.
I thought that heifer checked all the boxes and really needed to win because not a big hole in her in any one area. And as we got here, I think it gets closer for reserve. There's a bunch of different types and kinds, but the one I'm going to go with is I really like her in terms of types and kind. This one's extra big ribbed and easy fleshing. Really gives you a brood cow look. Got the extra big feet and big bone. We'd like to change her just a bit up in her shoulder, but she's moving good enough for me to go ahead and follow her. Young lady out of class 3 is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
You bet. Your reserve division is going to be ACC Haley 25H6. We talked about her being out of the grade 25U female there, shown by Clevie Allen.
Your heifer calf champion is out of class 4, entry number 19, shown by Maddox Hartman. And your reserve heifer calf champion is entry number 12, shown by Clevie Allen. We'll now turn to our Red Brangus division. Class number 5 is a single entry.
You bet. We'll introduce
Entry number 20, Miss TDCC-TW Jagger 71J2, shown by Talon Dean. This is your class 5 Red Brangus.
You bet, folks. We're in our first entry in the Bred and Owned show for the Red Brangus, shown by Talon Dean there of Oklahoma. Tyler's taking a look at this female. She's going to be entry number 20. She's a 365 A daughter there. That bull was raised by Cox. We've personally seen some progeny out of that bull across the country recently, and done a really, really nice job. So entry number 20 again, being a 365 A daughter, Bred and Owned, shown by Talon Dean there of Oklahoma.
Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. First call for Brangus Class 8 and Class 9.
Got a single entry out here, and the young man's doing a good job. I got him a good project. This one's right in her feet and legs and good bodied. I think the older she gets, the better she's going to get. But Talon told me this is his first time to show this morning, and he's doing a good job. So let's encourage him so he'll come back as he heads out of the ring. Give him a nice round of applause.
Class winner number 20, shown by Talon Dean. We have class number 6, Red Brangus heifers entering the ring. Class number 6 has 2 entries. Entry 21, KWM Miss Scarlet Stream, shown by Caden Maschek. And entry number 22, KWM Miss Payloads Jubilee, shown by Caden Maschek. This is Red Brangus Class 6.
Well, folks, we have our first guest today for the broadcast. Like I mentioned earlier, we're going to try to bring a few folks on throughout the day, but joined by Andrew Conley, the new herdsman there at GKB Cattle Company and auctioneer here in the Brangus breed. So, Andrew, thanks for joining us on here. Felt like I was drowning a little bit here by myself trying to come up with things to talk about. I'm not quite the wordsmith that you are.
Oh, Garrett, I think you were doing a great job on your own. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to be out here with you this morning. Oh, what a tremendous division we had on those black bred knowns. You know, the genetic diversity in that Grand and Reserve, I think the breeders, whether you're breeding show cattle or performance cattle, could appreciate the diversity we had in that set of young calves this morning. I was really impressed. Looks like we're shaping up for a nice bred and known red show here this morning.
I think this red division maybe won't have quite the numbers, but I think the quality, again, will run pretty deep. I think we've got the same exhibitor, Caden Maschek from Texas, has both of these heifers in the second class, or class number 6, I guess, on your entry book here. These are both going to be out of the Perazi Sporter bull, entry number 21 and 22. These are going to be the 21 is a December heifer calf, and entry number 22 is
Pair of heifers out here, one in November and one in December. I'm going to use young man's November heifer on my right to win the class. They're very similar. Both of them are a little deeper chested and run up in their underline, but after that, young man's darker red heifer needs to win. Just more dimension down her top and out of her hip, a touch more foot and bone, and then you set her in motion just a little more athletic on those hind wheels. The young man's heifer that comes in second, sure enough shape down her top, sure enough power, and this one on the top side of her skeleton, as I mentioned, should like to stouten her up in her bone, let her move a touch more athletic off those hind two.
Placings for Class 6, first place to entry 22 and second place to entry 21. Both are shown by Caden Maschek. Your Class 7 Red Brangus is entering the ring. It consists of 2 entries. Entry number 23, Dos Equis Stretch Miss Sierra, shown by Garrett Stutz. And entry 24, Dos Equis Stretches Miss Maggie, shown by Braden Stutz. This is Class 7 Red Brangus.
You bet. We've got 2 entries in this class, both of them shown there by Braden, or excuse
Attention
me,
in the barns, attention
Braden
in
and
the
Garrett
barns.
Stutz.
Second call for Class 8 and Class 9 of the Brangus. Second call for Class 8 and Class 9.
This will be our last class here in the first division of our Bred Known Brangus heifer show here. As I was saying, both of these are Stutz heifers. Entry number 23 and 24 we got in October. Entry number 23 and a November entry number 24 here. But back to you, Andrew. I tell you what, I think that depth in that first division of the black show is really good, and I think what we've seen already come through the ring in our red show is really good. Tell us a little bit more about what you've seen. You've been here most of the week, seen a lot of the cattle, so tell me a little bit about what you've seen here at the National Junior Brangus Show in Belton.
Well, I'll tell you, Garrett, it's really refreshing to see all the people from around the country get together and have this National Junior Brangus Show. Cattle is extremely high quality. If this red division here is any preface for what the red show is going to be the rest of the week, wow, the red cattle have really improved and impressed me as much as anything. think all the exhibitors have been enjoying themselves with all the competitions. Let's hear what the judge has to say about this class of Dos Equis heifers.
Kind of like the last class, only two head, but very similar in their type and kind, and not surprising since both of them have the same hip brand. But I'm going to start with the dark red heifer to win, just because she's a touch deeper through that rear ribbon flank, a touch stouter featured than the one in second. Just a little more mass and power to this girl. When you set her in motion, I wish she planted and drove off that hind wheel just a little better, but I would like the heifer in second to do the same thing a bit better, so she's the logical place to start. The heifer in second, to me, does blend better from her neck down into her shoulder into her forerib compared to our class winner, but she's a heifer that's maybe not quite as big-footed. She's a heifer that's not quite as soft through that rear ribbon flank, but yet still really a quality female that balances nice from the side profile, has got enough power to her. Really a nice pair of heifers and a good pair of young men getting them shown. Congratulations.
Placings for Class 7, first place to entry 23, shown by Garrett Stutz, and second place to entry 24, shown by Braden Stutz. We'll now be putting our division for heifer calf champion for Red Brangus together.
As Tyler mentioned, there are two half-sisters in this last class. Obviously very similar pedigrees coming, kind of originating from the Dos Equis program there, but sure think the future looks bright for both of those females.
In our heifer calf division, your first place entry out of Class 5 is entry 20, Miss TDCC-TW Jaggers, 71J2, shown by Talon Dean. Out of Class 6, first place went to entry 22, KWM Miss Payloads Jubilee, shown by Caden Maschek. And from Class 7, entry 23, Dos Equis Stretches Miss Sierra, shown by Garrett Stutz. Standing by for reserve, your second place winner out of Class 6 was entry 21, KWM Miss Scarlet's Dream, shown by Caden Maschek. And from Class 7, entry 24, Dos Equis Stretches Miss Maggie, shown by Braden Stutz. This is your heifer calf division.
Garrett, I think he's going to keep those Stutz heifers together.
They sure make a nice pair. Just sitting up here from the announcer stand, it seems to me like those two do match up.
This red division, similar to the black division before, a big spread in age out here in the young man's on the heifer calf. I think he's got a super bright future, extra big ribbed and easy fleshy. Maybe doesn't balance quite as well as some other heifers in here today, and maybe a little greener condition to me. She's got a lot of upside and just going to get better and better. Heifer wins the second class. When we talk about being sure big top to big hip, unfortunately, just wants to run uphill in her underline. Maybe doesn't move as true as some others, but she did win the class. She said could use the nickel sounder, the heifer in second. Then we get into our big heifer who wins Class 3. The best balanced one out here, as stout as any of them out here, and moves good enough to go ahead and win. She had one that looked just like her in that class, and it was a really close placing. But I think there's a logical winner out here and a logical reserve, and the two heifers out of Class 3, they'll be champion of reserve. Congratulations to those young men.
You bet, folks. Your champion in reserve are going to be entry 23. Be your champion 24 will be reserve. Both of these are going to be Dos Equis Chiefs Mr. Stretch.
Your Red Brangus heifer calf champion is entry number 23, shown by Garrett Stutz, and your reserve heifer calf champion is entry 24, shown by Braden Stutz. We'll turn now back to our black show with class number 8.
You bet. Like I said, two half brothers there, half sisters there. I believe the Twinkle
Attention
female.
in the barns, attention in the barns. First call for Class 10, first call for Class 11 of the Brangus.
Andrew, like I was saying, I believe the
Your Class 8 black Brangus heifers are entering the ring. There are 3 entries. Entry number 26, WFP Miss Platinum Network, 2029H, shown by Whit Parkey. Entry number 27, Miss PH Danielle, 334H, shown by Brianna Hicks. And entry number 28, 6B Miss Raven, 150H, shown by Eris Basie. This is Class 8 in the ring.
I did a little homework last night as I was looking through some of this, and I believe our bred and owned female that won that first division in the Red Show. I believe her mother was a reserve overall bred and owned female here maybe 2 or 3 years ago back in Texarkana.
Oh yeah, the Stutz family and the Dos Equis branded cattle have always had a winning tradition. Really great setup. Red genetics there, and was displayed this morning in that calf division.
Absolutely.
Got our summer yearling black heifers in here. A really nice setup.
I tell you what, the water got pretty deep here with these 3 females that we get back into the black side of the Bred and Owned show. We got a summer class here. Looks like we've got two Julys and an October female here. Whit Parkey from Texas has got Platinum Network 2029H. Brianna Hicks is going to have a 334H female. She's going to be a July the 28th. And Eris Basie is going to be showing a 150 female. She's a July 27th here. We can look at these pedigrees here quickly. Yep, that first heifer is a Vital Network
diversity there. Look at those pedigrees.
Absolutely, yeah. There's definitely some diversity in what we've got here. I see the that one from Whit Parkey is going to be a Boral Network. Lot number 27 is going to be a Slugger 924F3 that's shown there by Brianna Hicks. Really striking female there in entry number 27. And then the Eris Basie's heifer is going to be out of a 240 bull sired by Power Grid back to Hercules on that side of the pedigree. And then out of the Great 150 cow family, Rave Reviews female. I think they've shown that heifer a little bit.
Really nice heifer to win. Very impressive from the side profile, the way she blends together from nose to tail. I like her feet and bone. I like the way she gets out and moves. She's very uniform in her body depth. I guess the question with her is she sure got enough condition on her. Maybe I'd like to lean her up just a bit. That's one of the advantages the second heifer in second has. She's a touch more genuine in her composition in terms of her condition versus her muscle shape. She's one and gets out and probably handles her hind pasture just a nickel better than that one in front of her. But unfortunately, maybe a nickel plainer fronty compared to the heifer in front of her. Not near the swoop to her belly and extra depth of rib, but that's a really nice heifer to be standing second. Young man's heifer in third, sure, big top, big hip one that's got a lot of muscle shape. That kind of takes away from her female quality. She'll just get a little round in her hip. Would have pulling her up to her front 1/3 and just didn't have that extra eye appeal, those 2 heifers in front of her.
3 replacements anyone would be proud of, Garrett.
Absolutely, and still some contrast.
Placings for Class A. First place goes to entry 27, shown by Brianna Hicks. Second place goes to entry 28, shown by Eris Basie. And third place to entry number 26, shown by Whit Parkey. Class 9 is entering the ring. Entry number 29, Miss B.H. Dandy, 334H1, shown by Brianna Hicks. Entry 30, CMR Miss Kingsley, 488H, shown by Tanner Miller. Entry 33, R3P Miss Lambert, 37H, shown by Cassidy Tolson. Entry 34, MP Miss Macy, 804H65, shown by Mason Perry. Entry 35, Miss IRP Kelsey, President, 2026H, shown by Isabel Parkey. And entry 36, Smart Miss Bojangles, 197H, shown by Karen Smart. This is Class 9 in the ring.
Oh, Andrew, we finally got a bigger class here. Maybe we can finish a sentence before we turn the microphone over here.
Oh, yes. Really impressive lineup of yearling females here.
You know, we've got, looks like, maybe, are we missing one in here?
I think there's 2 scratches. That'd be 31 and 32 would be scratches from the class. Oh, we got a late entry here.
I'll tell you what, talking about that last class, those top 2 females, plenty of quality in both of them, just stark contrast. One's a little more advanced in terms of her condition, a little stouter looking today, and maybe the heifer that comes in second is going to be a little greener.
Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Final call for Black Brangus Class 10 and Class 11. Final call.
We'll get these heifers, we've kind of already made our initial lap as Tyler studied them on the move. We had a heifer that came in a little bit later, but he's taking his time looking at all these females and these young folks here in the Bred and Owned show, which is so very important to our junior program here. So he's coming back to the lineup. We've got them all set up on the side profile. Brianna's got a nice heifer in entry number 29 of Samson. Again, back to the 334E female. Tanner Miller here, the second one in the lineup's got to be a Presidente. Back to 488. I tell you, we could talk all day about the 488 family. There's a great story behind that female that raised this particular heifer here. We'll try to get around to that a little bit later as time permits. Then we've got a Lambert 75W5 daughter. We've got a final source in entry number 34, Mason Perry. Has got a final source out of 804C6 that would have come from the Dogate program. And then entry number 35 is going to be a Presidente. The Presidente bull certainly needs a little introduction here to the show ring. They've certainly made their impact both in the show ring, and those daughters have went out and certainly produced some really nice competitive females over the years. So, but a great lineup of looks like 6 heifers that we've got out here. This will be interesting to watch him sort through these. There's certainly a competitive lineup for sure.
Strong set of females. Strong set of females.
I'll tell you the story. I'll try to dive into this if we've got enough time. The 488, the history of this particular cow family and how it comes to Tanner Miller's herd is an interesting one. Long time ago, the 488 in cow would have sold by John Godfrey would have sold that female back at a Camp Cooley sale, and Salicoa Valley would have purchased that female as one of the featured lots there. Fast forward several years, they were doing a mature cow herd, kind of a herd reduction sale there at Salicoa Valley. At the time, looks like that 488 female is going to slide into the second hole. At the time, that female had kind of been used a little bit there, and they were moving on from her. So I myself was working for Dogays at the time and purchased that female for what I would consider a steal at that sale, considering what she was purchased for and the good that came from her from the years that followed that purchase. But anyway, we bought that heifer, bought that cow for Dogays, and she would have been bred to Hercules right off the bat, and her first daughter was I believe a summer heifer that we would have sold to Tanner right when they first started showing. And the 488 family's been really good to the Miller family, but that's kind of a little bit of a history lesson there on the 488 family there, and the good that it's done for Tanner Miller and his program, as we see another 488 female in the Bred Known show shown by Tanner Miller, where he's had plenty of success in the past. Andrew, how's this class shaking out?
Oh, certainly real deep quality on the top 3 females there. Looks like the single 40 entry will round out the class here against a stout set of
This one
Red
first
Brangus
will get you
females.
fired up to judge the Brangus cattle. I don't know what with. That one's just an awesome cow prospect. So good on her feet and legs, extra big rib, and then she balances so well. I think that one's extremely good, and would question your judgment if you didn't think that one won this class pretty easily. Now, from there back, it gets pretty challenging and a lot of differences in these cattle, and because all of them have structural issues you'd like to change, and that's what makes it challenging for me. So kind of go judging these things on the standstill. I think the heifer that follows our class winner in terms of having that extra rib and volume and rib shape, and beefiness at top and stoutness of hips, the heifer in second. No doubt we need to change her the way she handles her hind legs and help her meet her stride more consistently. But realizing you change them all, as I'd already mentioned, I like her to go second, even though second's the closest placing, because there's a really nice heifer in third. The heifer in third's so up-headed and cool neck. She's better through her front 1/3 in terms of attractiveness compared to our second place heifer. She's more attractive out of her hips, standing still as well. But you set this one in motion, and I'd like to change her off both ends of her skeleton. She's just too straight up right in her shoulder. Then we'll get out and move true enough off her hind wheels. So I like her to go third, but understand why some people like her too. The heifer in fourth is a big, stout-footed, powerfully built one that's big-topped and big-hipped. But unfortunately, all this power and width works to her detriment. Not only is she able to splayed out in her shoulder, she doesn't want to move right in her hock. And then the reason I put her fourth is when you get right behind her, she's got some swelling in her hocks today, and that concerns me. Then we get into the close placing for fifth for 2 totally different types of heifers. The heifer in fifth is a framier female. I wish had more base width and genuine rib shape to go along with that frame. But I see her having more longevity in terms of her skeletal makeup compared to the heifer in sixth, and that's why she goes 5. She just got a little more angle and reach out of her front end. The heifer in sixth, love her coming out of her shoulder, how thick top she is and stout hip. Unfortunately, she wants to run downhill and get a little deep in her chest, and I just worry about her shoulder structure, if that's going to hold up long term, but appreciate her composition and genuineness of muscle.
Placings for Class 9, first place to entry 29, shown by Brianna Hicks. Second place to entry 30, shown by Tanner Miller. Third place to entry 36, shown by Karen Smart. Fourth place to entry 34, shown by Mason Perry. Fifth place to entry 35, shown by Isabel Parkey. And sixth place to entry 33, shown by Cassidy Polston. This is Class 10 entering the ring. There are 3 entries. Entry number 37, SJB Miss Elsa J2H, shown by Jacob Jones. Entry 38, Miss 4M Knockout 915H3, shown by Macy Merrick. And entry number 39, Miss Bliss 193A, shown by Casey Bird. This is Class 10 in the ring.
Yeah, Andrew, we've got, looks like 2
Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. First call for Class 12. First call for Class 13 of Bred Brangus.
Not heifer calves, I guess yearlings that we've got out here, but you talked a little bit earlier about some of the genetic diversity that we're going to see come through the ring. Absolutely have that in here. We've got Coronado, a main event, and an El Toro sire represented here with the 3 heifers that we've got in here.
Absolutely, Gary. You really got to commend the exhibitors here, these juniors in the Bred and Owned show, and to be able to bring together a set of tremendous replacement quality females of this depth and quality. Is my hat's off to this Bred and Owned show here at the Brangus Junior Nationals.
I'll tell you what I think is impressive and how important it is from a genetic advancement standpoint is these appear to be AI sired, and then how important that is, and how we could maybe use some more of that in the Brangus breed is more use of the AI technology that we've got. And these are all to my knowledge, I believe these would probably be at least 2 of the 3 would be AI sired, and for a bred known heifer to be AI sired, I think that's a tremendous step in the right direction for our breed, as we always encourage folks to use more and more AI throughout their program. So I think we've got our placing here as they stand. We're going to, as the book's going to read, it's going to be 38, it's going to be first, 39.
Cattle just keep hitting the gate here in this black division, and I think the heifer I'm going to start with is the more moderate female. That's stouter featured, she's bigger footed and stouter bone, that one behind her. Then you get on top of her, she's wider down her top, she's wider based as she moves away from you. And for me, she balances good enough to go ahead and win and moves good enough to go ahead and win. No doubt if you put these 2 in a foot race, the heifer that would win would be the one in second. She's awful long bodied and long strided and athletic. But when you move in behind her, she needs to go second for me. She's just too flat in her rib shape, too narrow gauged as she moves away. But appreciate that one's athleticism and length of body. The heifer that comes in third, no doubt, is more similar to our class winner in terms of her frame size. She's more moderate in her type and kind. She's got more rib shape than that one in front of her. Unfortunately, she's the poorest balanced heifer in the class. That concerns me the most from a structural standpoint.
Placings for Class 10. First place to entry 38, shown by Macy Merrick. Second place to entry 39, shown by Casey Bird. And third place to entry 37, shown by Jacob Jones. We have Class 11 entering the ring. Entry 42, ACC Harmony 649H4, shown by Catherine Allen. Entry 43, MP Miss Sweet Trophy 38H1, shown by Megan Perry. Entry 44, SW 78H Miss Elsa, shown by Stratton Walk. Entry 45, Smart Miss Beyonce 804H2, shown by Karen Smart. Entry 46, CP Miss Stella, shown by Cole Pickett. Entry 47, Smart Ms. J-Lo, 804H, shown by Karen Smart. And entry 49, R4PR Roxanne, 74H, shown by Caden Pickett. This is Class 11 in the ring.
Tell you what, Andrew, go back to that last class. I think, interesting mating there with the main event back to the 915 cow family. That heifer that wins that class, pretty moderate, pretty boxy in terms of her build. One that certainly, I believe, projects out to be a tremendous
Attention in
cow
the barns,
prospect.
attention in the barns. Final call for Red Brangus class 12 and 13. Final call.
Be on the lookout for her in the final drive of this yearling champion division.
I believe this division is going to shape up to be quite competitive with what we've already had come out in our first couple of classes in this, or I guess first three classes we had in this division. This will be our last class in this yearling division of our Bred and Owned show. But just tell you a little bit about the heifers that we've got in the ring here. Starting with, looks like entry number 43 is going to be a tank out of former show heifer of the year 38D22. I believe she would have been cow-calf pair champion maybe a year or two ago with the Sweet Source female. She's a full sister, the Final Source, which would have been your show bull of the year. Out of the tank bull, your two-time international grand champion bull. Then we got entry number 44, going to go back to the great 804P7 cow on the top side of that pedigree. Entry number 45 is going to be a Presidente, back to 804A52, a female that the Smart family would have purchased there at a Doge sale. We got a Gambler daughter back to Sangria there on the bottom side with entry number 46. Karen Smart has got a second heifer in this class, a Presidente, a full sib to the first one she's got out of 804A52. And then entry number 49 is going to be out of a Presidente son, looks like on the top side, back to the great 74 cow family, shown by Caden Pickett there from Liberty, Texas. So again, really nice lineup that we've got here in this particular class. Looks like Tyler's already making his way through and making some decisions. Andrew, what are you seeing so far?
Well, Garrett, if I were simply judging them on the program here, 46 is going to be my winner. A Gambler out of a Sangria, exhibited by
Like
Cole
a good
Pickett.
weekend in Vegas. Absolutely. No, these cattle really have shaped up really nice in this particular class. You know, I've known Tyler, our judge here, for quite some time. We actually went to college together, and I've had the opportunity to watch him judge quite a few times over the years, and talked earlier about his involvement in the Cattlemen's Congress and how the folks of Oklahoma really stepped up to put on a show in the middle of everything that we had going on last year. And Tyler's he's a good first-class guy for sure.
And our Western National will be at Cattlemen's Congress this
Absolutely,
January 2022.
Absolutely, we've made a little adjustment to our show schedule to give that show just a little more credit moving forward. But that show in Oklahoma and the work that they did to put on the Cattlemen's Congress is certainly a show, in my opinion, that'll last here for a long time. I had the chance to watch the Champion Drive. We had Shane Meyer put on a steer show this past weekend in Abilene called the Steer Show, or the Junior National Steer Show, and Tyler would have been one of the two judges that we had there. And for the Champion Drive, he made a pretty interesting, I think, a speech that a lot of people needed to hear, and talked about how the Cattlemen's Congress came together and how the beef industry's, under attack by the anti-ag folks, and I hope we get to hear a little bit of that today as we conclude our show. But I believe we've got our placings about wrapped up here in this class number 11 of our Bred and Owned Black Brangus heifer show here. Just taking one last look at these females that are going to round out the class, but certainly ones that deserve some consideration. Make sure he's got them in the right order here. I believe we've got Caden Pickett sorted up here to the top of the class with entry number 49. Looks like entry number 42 was not in our book, but she is in the ring here. Entry number 42 shown by Catherine Allen. She's going to be a 18D, which is a Prophet son, back to the 649Y2. I believe that For those of you who have been around the show ring for a long time, there was a female that Michael Allen would have raised several years ago named China. She was a dominant female in the show ring. I believe she was a 649, so we're going to go back to that, dig way back deep into the history book here with the pedigree knowledge on entry number 42, the Harmony heifer.
And the Catherine and the Allen family, they really got a unique breeding program going on. Hats off to those guys and what they're doing.
For sure. They are doing some great things over there in Crockett, Texas, and you can tell those two young ladies sure love the show ring and are pretty fired up about being part of the Brangus family, if you will, here in the junior program at National Junior Brangus Show. Michael would have been a past president, their dad, past president of the IJBBA board. He'd have been a few years ahead of myself here, but I believe Tyler's got the placing wrapped up. We'll turn the microphone over to him and hear his comments.
It was a really fun class to sort through. I think maybe our biggest class of the day, a really high quality set of cattle. I think a really nice pair that surfaces to the top for different reasons. But the heifer that's going to win to me is one that's got enough rib and volume to her. Sure, got enough stoutness to her, stout as anything in here. And then combines that with being the best balanced and the most athletic heifer out here. I think she is the place where we need to start, just because she's the most fault-free, and yet still has some wow factor to her. A lot of the time when you say this one's the most complete, it's on the verge of common. This one is not. This one's got that cool look from the side profile. You just want to go get your picture taken with her at the backdrop. Maybe she's a little bigger framed, and that's why I like the heifer in second. What an awesome brood cow prospect here in the 2-hole. Very moderate, very big body, really correct in her condition. I think just an awesome cow prospect. I can't emphasize that enough. But she's a heifer, though, that doesn't balance quite as neat. Her head, and in particular her chest, she gets a touch further bone at the ground. Maybe doesn't plant and drive quite as well as our class winner, but that's being ultra critical on a really nice high quality heifer to go in second. Then he gets closer for this third place hole. The heifer I'm going to go with to me is just more unique through her head and neck compared to those two behind her. She's one that's uniform in her body depth and balance as well from the side profile. Maybe she's a touch shorter back and shorter body. Maybe doesn't have that attractive set to her hind leg compared to those two in front of her. But I think a really high quality heifer to be standing third. I switched 4 and 5. The more I study this heifer in 4, she's just a broodier female that's better in that 4 rib. She's deeper through her center rib and flank. She just gives you a cowier look for me. Maybe doesn't balance quite as well as those ones in front of her. She gets a little deep in her chest, a little weak in her top. But then does a nice job getting that one presented. I think he's got him a nice cow prospect. The one in 4, super long body, super long up through her head and neck. Just gets a little piecey because she is so long. She's a little deeper chest, a little higher tail-headed. Then you move in behind her, just not quite the base width of that one directly in front of her. Moving into our 6th hole, I think a heifer that's really strong down her top and out of her hips. She's good in terms of her muscle. She checks that box awful well. Unfortunately, she's the shallowest body, potentially hardest doing heifer in this class that's got a little bit of chest. That's why we had to move her down. Young man's heifer in 6, no doubt, bigger belly than that one in front of him. But unfortunately, she's the heifer that just gets the plainest up through her front end and then just doesn't want to move and reach like she needs to out of her front end as well. Really a nice class, nice pair there on the top end.
Placings for Class 11. First place to entry 49, shown by Caden Pickett. Second place to entry 42, shown by Catherine Allen. Third place to entry 45, shown by Karen Smart. Fourth place to entry 44, shown by Stratton Walt. Fifth place to entry 43, shown by Megan Perry. Sixth place to entry 47, shown by Karen Smart. And 7th place to entry 46, shown by Cole Pickett. Our judge will now be evaluating our yearling heifer champion division. Our class winner out of Class 8 is entry 27, Miss B.H. Danielle, 334H, shown by Brianna Hicks. Class winner from Class 9 is entry 29, Miss B.H. Dandy, 334H1, shown by Brianna Hicks. From Class 10, entry 38, Miss 4M Knockout, 915H3, shown by Macy Merrick. And from Class 11, entry 49, shown by R4 PR Roxanne, 74H, shown by Caden Pickett. Standing by for reserve out of Class 8 is entry 28, 6B Miss Raven, 158, shown by Eris Basie. Second place for Class 9 was entry 30, CMR Miss Kingsley, 488H, shown by Tanner Miller. In Class 10, second place was entry 39, Miss Bliss, 193H, shown by Casey Bird. And from Class 11, entry 42, ACC Harmony, 649H4, shown by Catherine Allen. This is for our yearling heifer champion.
Kurt, I think the junior national quote of the summer has been from Josh Taylor that not every female has to be a show heifer, but every female has to be a productive cow. I think this division of yearling heifers right here really is a testament to that. You got a tremendous set of highly phenotypically correct heifers.
This division has been outstanding. There's 4 really good heifers standing out here in our woodholes and 4 quality heifers over in their second place lineup. Go through these very quickly. The heifer that wins the first class, one you just love from the side profile, so up-headed. Love the way her neck ties into her shoulder. She's got that uniform depth of body I've been talking about. Just a lot of good things about that heifer. When you set her in motion, she moves pretty well. You'd like to set her down with a little more flex in her pasterns at times. And the thing I talked about her in class is she may be a little fat for me. You know, I'd like to see her a little more genuine from a composition standpoint. Lean her up in her underline and back in that udder ever so slightly. The heifer that wins the second class, I talked to her. She's one that hit me hard. She's moderate. She's big bellied. She gives you that super cowy look, yet she's so good structured. She may be not quite as up-headed and unique through her front end as the heifers from class 1 and 4. But if you called that one plain-fronted, I would say you're being ultra-critical. I think that one's awfully good. The heifer that wins class 3, by far the most moderate one out here, but she won that class because she had the extra rib and volume and base width compared to that heifer in second. Maybe when she gets out here, not quite the wow factor of some of the others that we see in the lineup. Then the heifer that just won our biggest class of the day out here, our final class, you know, she's the bigger framed heifer, but even with that, she's got some dimension and stoutness to her. She's got some rib shape to her. You know, does she have that extra soft belly? Maybe not compared to another one out here. And she is a little bigger in her kind, but man, for what she is, she's awfully good and super high quality. I think an outstanding set of heifers. Put your hands together for these young people for a great division. I'll go select your top 2.
I'll tell you what, Andrew, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think a tremendous set of cow prospects that we've got out there. Certainly have one, in my opinion, that sorts her way to the top. I like the one out of the second class, entry number 29. It looks like that's where Tyler's going to go. Entry number 29 will be your division winner, Samson daughter. Back to a 103B7 daughter there, the 334E female.
Your yearling heifer champion is from class 9, entry 29, shown by Brianna Hicks.
Tanner Miller's going to pull up into reserve consideration with that 488 female that we talked about a little bit ago. She's a Presidente daughter, back to a 488 female there on the bottom side of the pedigree. Tyler's taking a closer look for evaluation. We're going to go with our winner from our oldest class, Caden Pickett.
Your reserve yearling heifer champion is entry 49, shown by Caden Pickett. Congratulations.
You bet that.
We'll now turn back to our Red Brangus division.
Entry number 49. They're going back to the 74 cow family that we've had so much, I guess, sales success you would talk about there with selling those 74s there through the ring and poteed over the past few years. But I want to go back to that quote that you said, Andrew. I think that's a great point for folks to keep in mind. Not every female's got to be a show heifer, but every female does have to be a cow. Something along those lines. I think that's a tremendous thing to keep in mind.
Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. First and final call for class 14 of Black Brangus. First and final call for class 14 Black Brangus.
Andrew, looks like we got 2 classes of 2 in this next Red Brangus division here. Let's see, looks like an August and a July in this first class. Caden Mazchek.
So Red Brangus class 12, there'll be 2 entries in here. Entry number 50, KWM is Erica's Dream, shown by Caden Mazchek. And entry 51, TS Pedal 377H, shown by Matthew Schiff. This is class 12, Red Brangus.
shift of colors, but certainly not a shift in quality.
I'll tell you what, just studying the pedigrees here, I'm looking back, I see this 225E cow that comes from MBJ. It's going to be the mother of lot number 50. I'll tell you, really nice female, super correct in terms of feet and legs and udder. I saw that that particular cow here probably roughly 12 months ago or so, and she's very, very impressive. Certainly like what we've brought to the ring out of her in entry number 50 that we have in the ring here. But Tyler's taking his time evaluating these two entries we have back in the Red Brangus Bred Nose Show. Looks like entry number 51 is going to be a payload, 307 over L1. A little older pedigree here, but certainly predictable there on the top side there. Back to the Red Ruby 377 cow family on the bottom. Again, entry number 50 and 51 in the Bred Known Show on the red side of things. Andrew looks like he's going to leave them how they stand right here, 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Pair of red heifers that you both like to drop them through their flank and hook them up in their chest, and that's their similarities. After that, I like the heifer, the Dr. Red heifer, to win. She's got more substance of bone underneath her. She's more correct in her hip and hind leg structure. You move in behind her, she's wider in her pin set as well, and just got a little more shape to that rib cage. The heifer in second, no doubt, is cleaner and neater up through her head and neck, and that's a clear advantage over the class winner. But when you set this one in motion, I just really like to level her out of her hip and let her move truer off those hind wheels to move her up into that one hole.
First place goes to entry 50, shown by Caden Mostek, and second place to entry 51, shown by Matthew Shipp. Class 13, Red Brangus is entering the ring. Entry 53, Lady Bosmerah, 28, shown by Ryan Bosmerah. Entry 54, Ms. Broken A. Harper, 116-8, shown by Audrey Acord. This is class 13, Red Brangus.
Attention in the barn, Madison Hanson, report to the makeup arena, Madison Hanson.
Just two entries here in this second class of the yearling division here. Looks like we've got an April and a March. Entry number 53 is going to be a Tonke, back to a Broken A female there on the bottom side, and entry number 54 shown by Audrey Accord of Madisonville, Texas, is going to be out of 468 C Bull back to 116 cow family on the bottom side. They're kind of broadside to us here from the announcer's stand, but two pretty nice females, fairly nicely presented between the both of them. Andrew, what do you think about these two that we've got right here? Oh, we got a question. Go ahead, Andrew.
Oh no, I saw Audrey's heifer a month ago, and Brian at the Texas Invitational just fell in love with that female. Certainly good competition there coming from Brian with his 53 entry. Really stout class here.
You bet. These a little short on our numbers here in this particular age group, but plenty of quality with the two we've got out here. 53 looks like really stout, broody made kind of a female. The heifer that Audrey's showing maybe a little more angular, a little stylish, highly presented female between the two of these, but I really think you could do some different things with these, but breeding pieces both that have some merit, no doubt.
That's what I love about Josh's quote. You know, Brangus epitomizes that. We got really phenotypically correct cattle, beautiful to look at, and they're brood cow prospects all day long, and I think that the same would be true with this set of red heifers here.
Two nice heifers with different strengths in the ring, and that's what makes the pair challenging for me. But I'm going to go with the higher quality, better balanced heifer that just comes together better from the side profile. She's far longer spined and longer bodied than our heifer in second. You get on top of her. I love the way she comes out of her shoulder into her forelimb, how round her rib cage is. She's stout hip. She's beautiful up through her front end. She's got a more attractive set to her hind leg as compared to that one in second. No doubt we'd like to drop her through her rear rib and flank, but realizing she's so long spine, that makes it harder for her to be more uniform in her body depth like that one in second. I like her to win. The one in second, as I just mentioned, no doubt, extra deep rib, deep through her rear rib and flank, no doubt. Unfortunately, just gets a little plainer off both ends of her skeleton through her front end and her hip. Wish she sat down with a more attractive set to her hind leg, but really a good potential brood cow here. You have young man with lots of rib and volume.
Tell you what, Andrew, I think it'll be interesting to see that one come back out, not only for the division drive, but one I think could be competitive for the overall. I think really, as you get that heifer out away from you, really balances up about as good as anything that I've probably seen come through the ring today.
What'll be exciting to see her next spring as a heavy bred female, maybe even calved out by early spring. Tremendous female Audrey has there. Long-time red genetic breeders in the Broken A program.
Absolutely. They've been in the red deal a long time.
Our judge will now be evaluating the Red Yearling Heifer Champion Division. Your class winner from Class 12 is entry 50. KWM is Erica's Dream, shown by Kate Maschek. Class winner from Class 13 is entry 54. Miss Broken A Harper, 116.8, shown by Audrey Acord. Standing by for reserve out of Class 12 is entry 51. T.S. Petal, 377.8, shown by Matthew Ship. And from Class 2, entry 53, Lady Boersma, 28, shown by Ryan Boersma. This is your Red Yearling Heifer Champion Division.
So we got here in this red division, I think there's a pair of heifers that go together, even though they're different in their type and kind. They're both really high quality and have the superlatives out here compared to the other two. We'll use the two out of the last class to be champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Garrett, I think that was a really easy call to make there. Fantastic set of females. Congratulations to Audrey.
Absolutely. I mean, like Tyler said there in class, maybe a little contrasting in their type and kind, but plenty of good there with the two that we've got.
Ryan Boersma, if you're following along there in your program, Boersma would be the enunciation.
But we've got that straight. I'll tell you what, Andrew, we have come to, we got our last class here in the senior heifer division of our Black Bred Known show, and after that, we're going to be,
Your Red Champion Yearling Heifer is entry number 54, shown by Audrey Acor. And entry 53 is your reserve, shown by Ryan Boersma.
Special thanks to Mary this morning, our announcer.
We'll be bringing in Class 14, Black Brangus. This is a single class in the Senior Heifer Champion Division, so this will be for Division, Senior Heifer Champion.
Andrew, looks like we got just 3 entries here in this last class of our Black Brangus Bred Known show. Entry number 55, coming to you from Megan Perry, going to be Final Source daughter, back to the Katie 767C female, who would have certainly experienced her fair share of success in the show.
There are 3 entries in this class. Entry number 55, MP Miss Impress, 767 G6, shown by Megan Perry. Entry 56, WRC Miss Prime, 915 E9-915 G108, shown by Madison Hanson. And entry 57, LF Cheryl, shown by J.C. Leach.
You bet. Like I said, the Katie cow, I believe she would have been champion American female there at the San Antonio Junior Heifer Show when one of the Hensey boys would have shown that female. Entry 56 is going to be a prime daughter, double bred 915, coming to you from Madison Hanson there. Those folks out there from Fort Stockton made the trip over. And then entry number 57, going to be a night train coming to you from J.C. Leach. Those folks made the trip down from Stark City, Missouri. But 3 real nice females. Again, maybe some contrast in the type and kind we've got out here, but I certainly think the quality has run all the way here to the end of the female show.
Definitely hats off to the junior exhibitors here on this Bred Known female show. What a tremendous offering of depth and quality, whether they're red or black. Testament to the breed and where we're headed, Garrett.
I think no matter how these particular females sort out in this class, it goes back to certainly believe there is cow potential in all 3 females that we've got standing out here. Tyler's taking one more look at these three females before he finalizes his placing again in here in our last female class of our Black Bred Known show. But visiting with the exhibitors, that's what I think Tyler's known for, is being so good about working with our young people and understanding the importance of our youth here at the National Junior Brangus Show. And again, he's taking one last look at these three females. Going to swap here his lineup. Going to put, let's see, looks like 56 is going to be
Madison
winning this
Hanson.
class, and entry number 55 will be second, and 57 will be third in this lineup. Absolutely, trying to get them lined up here.
Really a nice trio of senior yearlings, all of them bred, all of them will make awesome cows for these young people. But I think there's one that needs to win. She's got that extra center rib, and yet combines it with a really good balance and eye appeal up through that front end. You love it when she gets out and set in motion for her hip and hind leg structure. Just a nice effort to win. I think a logical one to go second that's similar to our class winner in terms of structural makeup and rib and volume, but a heifer just gets a little shorter up through her front end, a little plainer, maybe a little straighter in the way she moves out of her shoulder, but two really nice brood cow prospects to go 1 and 2. The heifer in third, another one that'll make a nice cow, as I mentioned, easy fleshing, big bodied, ought to be a real efficient cow when she goes into production. Unfortunately, she's just a little off in her hind leg. She's a little frailer in her bone work and doesn't balance quite as well as some others in the class.
Your senior heifer champion and class winner of class 14 is entry 56, shown by Madison Hanson. And reserve senior heifer calf champion is entry 55, shown by Megan Perry. There is not a senior division for the Red Brangus, so I believe we're going to go immediately into our black champion drive.
Well, here they come, Garrett. The moment we've all been waiting for. Let's listen to Mary's introduction of these division champions here.
So our heifer calf champion, entry 19, Rafter L. J-Lo, 157H8, sewn by Maddox Hartman. Your yearling heifer champion is entry number 29, Miss B.H. Dandy, 334H1, shown by Brianna Hicks. And your senior heifer champion is entry number 56, shown by Madison Hanson. This will be for your champion heifer.
Champion bred known drive here.
I'll tell you what, Andrew, I've been to my fair share of junior nationals.
Standing by for reserve. Your reserve heifer calf champion was entry number 12, ACC Haley, 25H6, shown by Clevie Allen. Your reserve yearling heifer champion was in R4PR Roxanne, 74H, shown by Caden Pickett. And your reserve senior heifer champion was entry 55, MP Miss Impress, 767G6, shown by Megan Perry.
Garrett, if I could finish your sentence, I'd say this is a really, probably one of the stoutest bred known shows we've seen at the Junior National in quite some time.
I would agree. I tell you, I've just kind of doing a little studying here in my program, and these three females, I think there's a pretty neat history to what we've got going on here in the Bred Known show. But our first division that Maddox Hartman is showing, we talked about being a Wall Street back out of the Amy Jo cow. She would have been your grand champion Bred Known female back in 2017. And if my memory serves me correct, I believe she might have won the own show that year as well, but I haven't flipped through my book quite fast enough to be able to tell you that. But we've got a champion Bred Known who has produced a division winner later on in the next, in a Bred Known show several years later. I think that's quite the achievement in itself.
Absolutely. Testament to those genetics. Tyler's going to have his work cut out here.
I believe so, yep. And let's see, our second division that Brianna Hicks has got, entry number 29, is, let's see, entry number 29. Let me flip back here to my book. I was thinking that we had the same kind of thing again with more of these Bred Known genetics producing cattle that were Bred Known also. So let me take a quick look. Yep, you bet. The mother to entry number 29 is also a Bred Known female. So we've got generations stacked on the bottom side of these pedigrees for these young folks. So they've certainly been at it a long time, and I think they should be commended for that, no doubt about it.
I absolutely love to see more of that within the junior program.
The sires I believe we've got represented here is Wall Street, Sampson in the second division, and in the third division I believe we've got a prime daughter. These bulls have certainly made a name for themselves.
I'm not surprised at all at the extra good qualities these black Brangus heifers as we got our 3 division winners out here. I'm super happy with all 6 of the cattle out here. I think when we get out here, there's one in particular that's got those extra good feet and legs, that extra running gear, that extra rib and volume, and then balances so well and puts it together in just a super package. I think she's an awesome brood cow prospect. From there for reserve, it gets a lot closer in my mind because there's a pair of them that are really well made and high quality and great balanced and good structured, and I think it's just the little things that sorts that pair. But I think there's one that's really unique in her type and kind and kind of surfaces to the top for me. Put your hands together for these young kids doing an outstanding job on a super high set of Brangus cow.
Andrew, what do you think here? I don't think a guy could really go wrong with any of these 3 females.
Definitely not. It'd be interesting to see which one gets the slap here.
My gut says he likes the one out of the second division. He talked about how hard that female hit him when she walked in the ring, so it'll be interesting to see what he does select. But again, 3 really nice, very striking females that we've got out here for champion female in the Bred and Owned show to consider.
Absolutely. Bred and Owned champion drive. Got her tail back tucked. She gets a slap. Congratulations, Brianna Hicks.
You bet. Entry number 29 there from Brianna Hicks. Sampson daughter back to 103B7 on the bottom side, the maternal grandsire on that pedigree, but really nice female. Like Tyler said, one that hits you pretty hard when she walks in the ring. We pulled up the reserve for consideration in the lineup here, and like he said, I believe the decision gets a little closer with what we've got standing out here.
Looks like he's going to stay with one last look here.
Well, I tell you what, I know we've already talked about this a little bit, but I can certainly, any judge that we've got, but I can appreciate them taking the time to really evaluate these kids, get these cattle ready all year long in anticipation for the Junior National Show, and I think that's such an important part of the process here is to have somebody evaluating the livestock and the young people and giving them their due time to certainly try to find the best ones in their opinion.
Definitely honored to have Tyler with us today.
I think he's made his pass through these 3 to try to look through them one more time, stepping back to get a nice side view of these females, and looks like he's made his decision and is going to show us his selection here.
I think Caden Seffer, she's really showing as well as she's shown all day, and she gets the reserve slap. Congratulations, entry 49, Caden Pickett.
The Bred and Owned champion heifer is entry number 29, Ms. B.H. Dandy, 334H1, shown by Brianna Hicks. Your reserve grand champion Bred and Owned heifer is entry number 49, R4PR Roxanne, 74H, shown by Caden Pickett. We'll be now bringing in our champion drive for the red Brangus Bred and Owned heifer. Your red heifer calf champion is entry number 23, Dos Equis Stretches Ms. Sierra, shown by Garrett Stutz. Your red yearling heifer champion is entry number 54, Ms. Broken A. Harper, 116H, shown by Audrey Acord. Standing by for reserve, your reserve red heifer calf champion is entry number 24, Dos Equis Stretches Ms. Maggie, shown by Braden Stutz. And your red reserve yearling heifer champion is entry number 53, Lady Boersma 28, shown by Ryan Boersma.
Congratulations to these red exhibitors again. Quality is unbelievably good in this red bred and owned championship drive here, Garrett. Be tough on Tyler to sort this one out.
No question about it. I think we maybe didn't quite have the numbers in this that we had in the black show, but I think we certainly still had the top cut of these red Brangus females show up to the Bred and Owned show here at our 2021 National Junior Brangus show here in Belton, Texas. I think both the pair of those Stutz heifers are pretty close, 2 peas in a pod, real stout, real extended mate, very, very typical what you're going to see come out of the Dos Equis genetics there. And then we've got the heifer from Audrey, really angular, really nicely balanced, really striking female from the side. And then the reserve in that division, entry number 53, just a real stout, broody, production-oriented kind of a female that we have in reserve in that second division. So you kind of get the opportunity to pick what you like here with what you've got in the lineup of just these 2 division winners out here. But again, I think Tyler's got his work cut out for him, making the decision between these 2 division winners.
I'll tell you, Garrett, in my new role, I'm now a red breeder as well as a black breeder, and certainly love to have any of these 4 females in my replacement pen, I'll tell you that.
No, absolutely. I think they offer some diversity in terms of their genetics, and then also in their phenotype that we've got out here. I think you'd be lucky to have these walking around in your replacement pasture for any red Brangus breeder, really. I mean, that the heifer that comes out of that first division, so powerful and stout, big-footed, got some pin width to her. Maybe gives up some of the extension and prettiness that we see in the heifer that comes out of the second division, but certainly holds the mass advantage. And then again, like we said before, the heifer that comes out of that second division, really attractive, really striking female, very, very angular and feminine. So there's certainly plenty of red Brangus bulls that can complement either one of these females that won their division here.
Yeah, I would echo that. Such a contrast in those 2 first place females there, those division champions. Unbelievable opportunity to go in lots of directions with either of those 2 females.
Not as many numbers in this red division, clearly, but 4 quality cattle out here that are very deserving of a championship banner. The 2 that are in contention are very different in their type and kind, but both of them really good at what they bring. The heifer that wins the first division, I love her rib and her stoutness. I love her from her shoulder back. When you see her from the side profile, we really need to change her, the way her neck ties into her shoulder and how her shoulder blends back into her top line. She gets a little deep in her chest at times. Maybe doesn't move quite as true off those hind wheels as ideal, but still good enough structured for me. The heifer that wins the second division, just gorgeous and beautiful up through her front 1/3. She blends so well from from her nose to her tail. We taught that one in class. She's so long-bodied, it's going to be really hard for her until she's close to Kevin to get that extra depth in her rear rib and flank. But I love her rib cage for the shape it has, and it's got enough depth for me. She's not quite as stout-boned as that one in front of her, but for a heifer, she's got more enough foot and bone. I think just a super high quality. That's the difference as I see them. I don't think there's a wrong decision here. But I'm going to go around and show you the one I like the best. If you'll put your hands together for these red exhibitors in our championship lineup.
Congratulations, Audrey Accord.
Looks like the Broken A heifer will be your grand champion red, bred and owned female. The close decision looks like Style wins today here.
Such a unique female she's got there.
From her pedigree all the way to the way she looks, I mean, you talk about some potential outcross genetics that we've got and need in the red Brangus breed in your champion female. Looks like your reserve is going to be entry number 23 from the first division there. Entry number 23 comes to you from Garrett Stutz, Iola, Texas. Dos Equis Chiefs.
Your red grand champion bred known heifer goes to entry number 54, Miss Broken A Harper, 116.8, shown by Audrey Acord. And your reserve champion, Red Brangus Bred Known Heifers, entry number 23, Dos Equis Stretches Miss Sierra, shown by Garrett Stutz.
Folks, it looks like we're going to take just a short break here as we maybe get a few pictures of our champion bred known female, both on the red and black show. And now we're going to, after that, we'll move back to our bred known bull show. Looks like we've got a decent amount of numbers in our bred known bull show. And following that, we'll do our ultras and then our percentage. So we got a lot more cattle to sort through today, but we're off to a good quick start here with the conclusion of our bred known female show, both on the red and the black side. Andrew, I appreciate you joining us here on the broadcast, and I know you've got things to do here, and hands to shake, babies to kiss, all that kind of good stuff as you make the PR run here at the National Junior Brangus Show. But want to definitely say thank you for giving me a little support here in our inaugural broadcast.
Absolutely, Garrett, and it is quite an honor to be your first guest on your inaugural broadcast. Certainly patting myself on the back there. Hope to get a chance back in this seat again in the future. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely. Folks, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back when the bull show gets kicked off.
And I-129 shown by Walker Williams. From Class 16, entry 61, CP Mr. Creed, shown by Cole Pickett.
Did I get that right?
I don't know. Let me look.
Full show. Be interested to see how deep the quality runs here. We got two bulls out here to get started with.
Two super high quality single entries out here in our starter bull division. The bull that we're on Class 1, just super clean fronted and up headed, level topped and level hipped. His wheels are good. I think just got tons of upside in this bull calf. The one that wins the second class, another one that's really good bodied. He's stout featured. Maybe I'd like to clean him up ever so slightly at the base of his chest for a young bull calf and maybe square him in his hock, but another one that'll be a real good potential herd sire.
Two nice bulls here, a little contrasting in their type, but similar in terms of their performance here. Being an interesting sort between these two bulls, but fairly comparable between each one of them. After this class, we've got just one more class in this first division of bred and owned bulls here.
Attention in the barns. Red Brangus, Class 19, please make your way to the makeup area. Red Brangus, Class 19, please make your way to the makeup area.
Looks like he's going to sort the Howdy bull, but Catherine's got to the first place hole.
These are two really rugged, stout-made bulls that are very powerful and dimensional and good-bodied. Both of them you'd like to clean up ever so slightly at the base of their chest, and they're good. It's just subtle differences that sort them. The bull that's going to win for me is a little more youthful and extended up through his head and neck. He's better in his top line and he's cleaner in his sheath, and that's the subtle differences he has. But both of them are so good from a composition standpoint. The one in second, love that extra rib he has. He's functional in his structural makeup. We just need to tighten him in the sheath ever so slightly and maybe let him balance a nickel better. But young ladies, you got two really nice bulls.
Placings for Class 17, first place to entry 63, shown by Catherine Allen, and second place to entry 62, shown by Megan Hansen. Class 18 is entering the ring. We have entry 64, J.A. Mr. Patriot, 14-8, shown by Jackson Allen. Entry 65, TJM Ferdinand, 915-8, shown by Truett Marks. This is Class 18.
Another nice pair of bulls we've got here in this last class.
Attention in the barn. This is first call for Brangus bred and owned bulls, classes 20, 21, and 22.
Nice pair of bulls that we've got here in this last class of the bull calf division. Looks like entry number 64 is going to be a Presidente son that we've got there, and Truett Marks has got entry number 65. Looks like goes back to Blackhawk on the top side of the pedigree, double bred 915 here. Again, kind of like the last class, competitive pair between the two, maybe some give and takes, but should be an interesting sort here for Tyler as we start to buzz through the Bred and Owned Bull Show. Looks like we're going to move Truett to the first hole here. He'll be first. Entry number 64 will be second. We'll hear Tyler's comments about these two bulls.
I'm going to start this class with a stouter, more rugged made bull that's also better balanced. standing still. This one just so good up to his front 1/3 and down his top and out of his hip. It's got a good set to his hind leg. When you set him in motion, I guess the decision gets a little closer in my mind because he comes up just a touch short on his stride, doesn't push and go as well as that one in second, but he has so many other superlatives. I think he's the logical place to start. The bull in second, no doubt, takes a longer, more athletic stride off both ends of his skeleton. He's adequate in his body depth, but he's one that just gets too plain up through his front 1/3, and then you move in behind him, just not quite as stout and powerfully built as that one that wins.
Placings for Class 18. First place goes to entry 65, shown by Truett Marks, and second place, entry 64, shown by Jackson Allen. Our judge will now be evaluating our division for Bull Calf Champion. Probably for pictures, please confirm that with everybody. Our first place winners out of the 4 classes in this division, out of Class 15, we have entry number 60, RSCC Sharp Dressed Man I-129, shown by Walker Williams. From Class 16, entry 61, CP Mr. Creed, shown by Cole Pickett. From Class 17, we have entry number 63, ACC Howdy 358H, shown by Catherine Allen. And from Class 18, we have entry number 65, TJM Ferdinand 915H, shown by Truett Marks. We have two second place winners from Class 17, standing by for reserve, WRC Mr. Double Play 302H4, shown by Megan Hansen. And second place from Class 18 is JA Mr. Patriot 14H, shown by Jackson Allen. This will be for our Bull Calf Champion.
You bet folks logging in here and watching just our first division in the Bred and Owned Brangus Bull Show here. We've got 4 class winners lined up out here. Really nice division. I know we're early in the day and our numbers are a little limited in this Bred and Owned Bull Show, but certainly have some nice options, I believe, for our judge to sort through and prioritize with what we've got out here. A couple single entries and a couple of smaller class winners out here, but they look really good.
Really good set of young bull calves out here. These young people are showing us. Not often you get to judge a junior bull show, but at these junior nationals, I think it's an awesome division to have, especially in this Bred and Owned deal. I think there's 4 quality bulls out here. I think there's a pair of them that combine being extra stout and powerful with structural integrity and the skeleton they need to go out and have some longevity once they're put in production. There's a couple of them that are stout and powerful, but they concern me a little bit from a structural standpoint long term. Of the pair of sounder ones, I think there's one that's just today, I think he blows the competition away in terms of sheer power down his top and out of his hip, and yes, got that ultra cool hip and hind leg. Young lady right here out of Class 3 with the cowboy hat's going to be your champion in this division.
Winner in this division is going to be entry number 63, ACC Howdy 358H, shown by Catherine Allen. Pulling up for reserve consideration in that division is going to be entry number 62, WRC Mr. Double Play 302H4, shown by Megan Hansen. I'll tell you what, the Howdy Bull does look really nice out here in the show ring. Entry number 63, if you're following along in your book here, out of the Stalwart Bull we mentioned earlier, 47 B3. Our judge Tyler Norvell's taking one more lap around the bulls to consider who he would like to select for his reserve bull calf champion. I got to tell you, I have to appreciate a young man who shows a bull called Sharp Dressed Man and is pulling off the pink T-shirt with entry number 60. Certainly sharp dressed in his own right. So we've got, again, 4 nice bulls out here, but certainly Tyler is considering these single entries closely as he takes a closer look at those at this time. He's moved around to the older end of the bulls here. Currently looking at entry number 65, shown by Truett Marks. Really attractive, smooth-made kind of a bull. Really up-headed, smooth-shouldered. I think this is a close decision for Tyler. Let's hear what he's got to say about his selection.
I think it's really close for reserve between the bulls on each end of this lineup. Young man's bull that wins Class 4, one that's similar to our champion in terms of just mass and power and ruggedness, but he's one when you set him in motion, maybe concerns me a little more structurally. He toes out a nickel up front. Maybe he doesn't get out in stride with quite the flexibility and athleticism I'd like to see out of his hind wheels. Maybe being ultra critical, you could tighten him in the sheath ever so slightly. But composition, power, and balancing nice on the standstill, I like that bull awful lot. The other bull, the youngest bull out here, I tell you, this one's really green, but he's really good in terms of his silhouette and his profile. His feet and legs are tremendous. He's tight in his sheath. I think he's got potential to be extremely, extremely good at his endpoint, and he's really good today. That's the differences I see between the pair. I think you could use either one and justify it. I like the one that's just a little sounder, just a touch better balanced. Young man's bull calf in Class 1 will be the champion.
Man wins. Pink shirt.
Your
entry
Bred
number
Bull
60.
Calf champion is entry number 63, ACC Howdy 358H, shown by Catherine Allen. And your reserve Bred Bull Calf champion is entry number 60, RSCC Sharp Dressed Man, shown by Walker Williams. We turn to our Red Brangus Bred Known division. It is a single entry in the division.
As was mentioned, a single entry in this division, but it doesn't take you long to figure out this one could stand some competition in this division. Ultra big ribbed and easy fleshing, ultra right in terms of his structure and the way he gets about the ring. He balances fairly well. Maybe you'd like to change him right behind the shoulder. I think an awful good red Brangus bull calf to start us off.
You bet, folks. Just a single entry.
The Red Bull Calf
division
champion is entry number 66, KWM Mr. Creedmoor's Yucatan, shown by Caden Moschek. We turn back to the black division, class number 20. We have 2 entries. Entry number 67, R3P Mr. Lambert 32H, shown by Cassidy Polston. And entry number 68, Rafter L Rockstar 157H7, shown by Maddox Hartman. This is class 20.
Attention in the barns. Black Brangus, class 21, 22, 23, and 24. This is your final call for class 21, 22, 23, and 24.
Move back to the black show here. We've got 2 August calves here, entry 67 and 68. Cassidy Polson from Lakeland, Florida's got entry number 67. Nice made bull, maybe a little greener as condition compared to entry number 68. Going to be Rafter L Rockstar 157H7 out of the Amy Jo cow that we talked about earlier.
Good, attractive fronted bulls that are good on their feet and legs, but of the pair, there's just so much more of the young man's bull. He's so impressive to be that good looking and that stout boned, and you get on top of him, he's got a big old whiskey barrel rib cage in him, big back, big hip. One checks a lot of boxes. The one that comes in second, as I mentioned, really up-headed. Love his neck to shoulder attachment and how his neck comes out of his shoulder so high and attractive. He's good in his top line. This bull's got a lot of good, and I think the longer he's on feed, the better he's going to become. But today, just a little narrow in his center rib and his chest, just a little narrow as he moves away from you. But I wouldn't give up on that bull at all.
Going to win that class with a full brother to the
Placings from class 20. First place to entry 68, shown by Maddox Hartman. And second place to entry 67, shown by Cassidy Polston. This is class 21 entering the ring as a single entry, number 69, DKR Redemption Bow 009, shown by Anna Sinclair.
just a single entry in this class, coming to you all the way from Montgomery City, Missouri. Anna Sinclair. Tyler's taking his time looking at this single entry. Looks like he's going for the microphone to give you his comments for class number 21.
A really competitive single entry. If you just study this bull, just his center rib, the center part of him, he's got a great three-dimensional rib cage on him. Now, when you get back and put him on in perspective, he does get a little deeper chested, and that throws him off balance-wise, but I wouldn't dare call him shallow-bodied. I'd call him deeper chested. Maybe he's a nickel-frailer bone, but this one's got a lot of good in him, a lot of production traits you'd want to see, and when you turned out on your cow herd, just a nice single entry.
You bet, folks. We're going to move into the next class. Class number 22 is going to be, we're getting kind of here to the short rows on our bull show. 2 entries, March 2020 bulls coming into the ring here shortly. Entry number 70, going to be out of Rutter's Vision 699, shown by Jaden Pinkston. They're from Seffner, Florida. And entry
Class
number
22
71.
is entering the ring. We have 2 entries, number 71, ACC Herald 674H3, shown by Catherine Allen. And entry number 72, SJB Mr. Gunner J1H, shown by Jacob Jones. This is class 22.
You bet, folks. We're going to make a full lap with these 2 bulls. Tyler's telling those young folks to let's see them on the move. I think both these bulls have some flexibility, so it's good to show that off here with what we've got here with these 2 bulls, 70 and 71. I was saying entry 71, ACC Herald 674H3 is going to be a revelation back out of a bailout 674 female on the bottom side. I believe the lot entry number 71 would have been your champion bull at the inaugural Cattlemen's Congress back there in January. Kerry Crow would have been our judge at that show. This bull certainly developed nicely, and I believe they're actually going to offer him for sale this October. They've been doing, this will be the second year they've done an online offering there at Allen Cattle Company, and they've always offered up some of the best, and certainly when their bull battery comes available, they're usually highly sought after. But the Herald Bull is going to be offered up for sale in October with their annual online offering. I believe they're selling full possession and half semen interest, so if you are interested in upgrading your bull battery, certainly take a look here at entry number 71, the Herald Bull. Also, again, I tell you what, a close decision within this class. Still entry number 72, the Gunner Bull that we've got coming to you here from Jacob Jones in Stillwater, Oklahoma. I apologize, I announced the wrong entry in this class. We've got ACC Herald, entry number 71, and entry number 72, SJB Mr. Gunner J1H is going to be a Black Hawk back to the Jake's Miss Savannah cow. But Tyler's made his decision. Let's hear his comments.
Awfully stout, powerful built one here in first. Awesome rib cage from his shoulder back and his hocks up. I don't know how you can put one together much better. I guess with being ultra-critical, he could be a little bigger in his bone from his hawk down to his pasture, never so slightly. Maybe clean him up in his chest for it, but it's being awful critical of one that's that good in terms of his rib and his muscle. And yet he moves good and he balances okay. The one that comes in second, no doubt, is cleaner fronted and more youthful about his head and neck compared to our class winner, but from his shoulder back just gives up so much rib and dimension and power to our class winner.
Placing for class 22, entry 71 takes class champion, shown by Catherine Allen. And entry 72, second place, shown by Jacob Jones.
You bet, folks. We've got a couple of more single entries left here in the Black Show and the Red Show, and we'll wrap up this Bred and Known Bull Show here shortly. So if you're interested in watching the Grand Champion Drive, don't step too far away from your computers. That should be coming to you here probably in the next 10-15 minutes pretty easily. We'll have a couple of these single entries.
We have 2 single entries entering the ring. From class 23, we have entry number 74, Smart Dinero 804H1, shown by Karen Smart. And from class 24, we have entry number 75, MP Mr. Hydro 767 G3, shown by Megan Perry.
as we said before, we got two single entries in the ring now, Class 23 and 24. Entry number 74 from Class number 23, Smarts Dinero, is going to be a Presidente son. Back
Since these are two single entries, we'll go ahead and talk them as they're still leading around the ring. The young lady to my right that won the first class of these two. Man, what a stout and powerfully built one, extra big ribbed, and yet he handles it fairly well on the move. Maybe you'd like to change him just a bit there in his shoulder, but his testicle development's right, his stoutness is right. It just blends together really well. The bull that wins the next class, very similar to him in terms of extra powerful, having that good rib and volume, maybe one that's a touch plainer down through his chest and through his front end, but it'll be good to see both of these back in our division lineup because they're really quality bulls.
Said there are two quality single entries that Tyler just talked about. Just to run through the other bull, entry number 75 is going to be a final source out of the Katy 767C. That cow's certainly a great blend of Doge and JLS genetics that experienced her fair share of success. But those two single entries will probably make the lap here, and we will bring them back in. We got a big division drive coming to you here shortly in the ring here. So we've got, let's look like entries from Class 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So we should have 5 head in this division drive as they kind of get those organized, and we get them lined up and get them here in the ring. Looks like we've got our first class winner that's coming in here. That's going to be entry number 68 coming to you from Maddox Hartman.
Our judge will now be evaluating our yearling bull champion division. Our first place entry from Class 20 is entry number 68, Rafter L Rockstar 157H7, shown by Maddox Hartman. From Class 21, entry 69, DKR Redemption Bow 009, shown by Anna Sinclair. From Class 22, entry 71, ACC Herald 674H3, shown by Catherine Allen. From Class 23, entry 74, Smart Dinero 804H1, shown by Karen Smart. From Class 24, entry 75, MP Mr. Hydro 767G3, shown by Megan Perry. This is our yearling bull champion division.
Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Ultra heifers need to be preparing. This will be first call for Class 26 and 27. First call, Ultra heifers, Class 26 and 27.
Second place winner out of Class 20, standing by for reserve, is entry number 67, R3P Mr. Lambert 32H, shown by Cassidy Polston. And from Class 22, we have entry 72, SJB Mr. Gunner J1H, shown by Jacob Jones.
As we get these 5 class winners lined up here for our division drive, we are going to welcome our second guest to the broadcast here. She's going to be sitting with us here through the Champion Bred and Owned Bull broadcast all the way through our Ultra Female show. I would like to welcome Tracy Middleton to the broadcast, past IBBA president, past IJBBA president, and longtime supporter of the Brangus breed and the junior program here. So Tracy, thank you for joining us here, and we'll kind of bring you in on what's going on, but thanks for joining us.
You bet.
We've got we talked about you being a past junior president, and obviously your involvement, and the next generation is coming down the pipe within your family, but tell us a little bit about what you've seen so far at the show and what kind of gets you excited about the future with the National Junior Brangus Show and the junior organization.
You bet. Yesterday we started out with a really good showmanship contest. I think that was probably one of the toughest ones I've seen in a long time. We have some superior showmen in the Junior Brangus organization, so that was fun to see yesterday. Then we jumped into our Bred and Owned show today, and they're going through bulls now, but that female show was pretty stout. There were 2 or 3 heifers in that deal that I think these juniors will be pretty pleased in their breeding programs, producing some females like that. So that's been really exciting. Good group of kids and lots of involvement.
We've set the bulls here in our final division, and almost 8 or 9 months difference from our youngest to our oldest. So a lot of differences in maturity and where they're at. in their life. The bull that wins the first class of this division, ultra good balanced, ultra good structured, so impressive from the side profile, and yet he's still got enough mass and power to go along with it, as he is far along in his body development, in his forerib and his rear flank, as some others in here know, but he's also the youngest by a significant margin. The bull that wins the next class, a good bodied one in terms of his center rib, maybe gets out here and gets a little weaker top, doesn't balance as well as some others. The bull that wins class 3, as I talked to him in class, very production oriented, very moderate, huge good rib cage in this guy, big back, big hip, maybe could use touch more stoutness and power at the ground, maybe could be a touch cleaner up through his chest and have that extra show ring presence, but a really good bull in his own right. The bull that wins the next class, here's one that's the most impressive to me in terms of sheer foot and bone and power and depth of rib. From a structural standpoint, though, I like him to let him move a little truer up out of his shoulder, let him get out and go a little truer, and I'm a little more accepting of that for how powerful he is from their back, but we'd change him there. I like to change him in the carriage of his testicles, too. Then the bull that wins the last class, one that comes out here and probably impresses me more out here in this lineup than he did when we talk him in an individual, really strong topped and level hipped. He's adequate in terms of overall muscle and dimension. Maybe gets a little deeper chest and a little plainer because he's not as big boned as some, and that takes away from a balance standpoint. But 5 really, really nice bulls. I think the one that's hardest to pick a hole in, and just when you look at him as an individual that checks all the boxes, young man's bull down here on this end out of the first class, he'll be your champion.
The Rafterell Rockstar 157 H7 shown by Maddox Hartman. He's going to be a Wall Street back out of the Amy Jo cow, which is a past bred and owned winner here. And this bull is a full brother to our first division winner in our bred and owned heifer show. So a pair of flush mates win the first division in both the bull and heifer show. Congratulations to Maddox Hartman. I think Tyler's going to take a little closer look at what we've got left standing out here for this division. He's moving around the older end of the bulls here. We kind of started to talk about that bull just a minute ago, the Hydro bull that Megan Perry is showing. He's going to be entry number 75, a final source back out of the Katy cow that experienced so much success on the junior circuit. Tyler looks like he's moving in to make his selection. Going to go with the Dinero bull, Smart Dinero 804 H1, shown by Karen Smart. And he is a Presidente, back to a Hercules daughter from the Doge program that they would have purchased a few years ago with entry number 74. So that's going to be
your yearling champion bull is entry number 68, Rafterell Rockstar 157H7, shown by Maddox Hartman. And your reserve yearling champion bull is entry number 74, Smart Dinero 804H1, shown by Karen Smart. Our Red Brangus division is coming in. It's a single entry in the yearling Red Bull division.
You bet, folks. As you just heard, we have a single entry here in our older division of the bred and owned Red Brangus Bull Show. So, Tracy, you were talking a little bit earlier about how the week's already started, but I'll let you get back to that as soon as Tyler finishes up his comments about our single entry in the Red Brangus Bred and Owned Show.
This bull here, I could describe him as an athlete. You can tell he's got that extra running gear because his feet and legs are so good. He's clean-fronted and up-headed, good in his top line. He's a bull that's sure stout enough. Maybe as he matures, you'd like to see him drop down through his rear rib and flank probably for his age. He's probably adequate enough there, but if we're going to make him ideal, that's where I'd tweak him.
Cortez Son, entry number 76.
Your red yearling champion bull is entry number 76, Broken A Hefner 841H, shown by Audrey Acord.
I think they've got
our champion drive will be entering the ring momentarily.
I think we've got our lineup pretty much ready for our grand champion drive for our bred and owned Black Brangus Bull Show here. Again, our numbers have been a little limited, but I think our quality has certainly been there throughout. We've got just
entering the ring for our champion drive is entry number 63, our bull cap champion, ACC Howdy 358H, shown by Catherine Allen. And your yearling bull champion is entry number 68, Rafterell Rockstar 157H7, shown by Maddox Hartman. Standing by for reserve, your reserve bull calf champion is entry number 60, RSCC Sharp Dressed Man, shown by Walker Williams. And your reserve yearling bull champion is entry number 74, Smart Dinero 804H1, shown by Karen Smart.
As we get our division winners back out here, Tracy, tell me what you think about these two division winners in our reserves. You've been at these junior nationals for probably more years than I have, and I think we've got about a good lineup in this drive as we've seen in quite a while.
We do. They're two pretty young bulls, but boy, they're pretty good. And I think whenever you can get this Bred known bull show that's got some quality in it like that, it makes it pretty stout. And there's definitely two good ones out there in this champion drive.
For sure. I think we talked about this a little bit earlier in the heifer show. It was pretty neat to see. I think our first two division winners in the Bred known heifer show were out of Bred known heifers. So talking about like the generations of that being brought out here, and I think we got a flush mate to one of our division winners earlier in the day. So that consistency is pretty neat.
Maybe not a lot of bulls, and it's that way at a lot of the junior nationals I went to this summer. But man, the bulls have been good. This is no exception. These are two quality guys here that are in contention for your champion Black Brangus bull. You ought to be awful proud as a breed of the quality that these two are, and the quality of bulls as a whole have been. I think this pair is very similar in terms of their structural correctness, in terms of their power and their bone and their dimension. I think of the pair, there's just one that's got a little more of a wow factor that hits you hard from a balance and profile standpoint. I think it gets ultra close for reserve champion. I won't get back on the mic and talk them, but what sorts the pair for reserve is that one of them's just a touch more correct in the skeleton, regardless of his age, just a little more structural integrity in him, and that'll sort our reserve. But please put your hands together for these exhibitors doing an awesome job. Congratulations.
Tyler moves in to make his selection and appears. Your grand champion Bred known Black Brangus bull will be entry number 68, a Wall Street Sun, out of the Amy Jo cow, your past Bred known heifer on the bottom side of that pedigree. We bring in the reserve in that division shown by the Smart family here. The Dinero bull is in for consideration, and we've got the young bull calf there from the Allens. Entry number 63 stands from the first division, and she'll be your reserve grand champion Bred known bull today.
Your grand champion bull, Bred known bull, is entry number 68, shown by Maddox Hartman. And your reserve champion Bred known bull is entry number 63, shown by Catherine Allen.
I tell you what, you really have to appreciate some of the names that we have on our Bred known bulls. We have Sharp Dressed Man.
We have two class winners competing for champion and reserve Bred Brangus Bred known bull. From class number 19, we have entry 66, KWM Mr. Creedmoor's Yucatan, shown by Caden Maschek. And from class 25, we have entry number 76, Broken A Hefner 841H, shown by Audrey Acord. This is for your Red Brangus champion Bred known bull.
You bet, Tracy. Just two entries in this Bred known bull show, but I think as these bulls will probably be quite competitive as we go into our own show and even in our open show later in the weekend, for sure.
I think so. And you mentioned, Garrett, some of these champions in the Bred known deal are out of Bred known animals, and I think that speaks a lot to not just the junior program in general, but the breeders that these juniors actually are becoming. They're able to develop these programs to produce multiple generations of winners, and I think that's a pretty neat deal. Two nice red bulls.
Only two Red Brangus bulls, and really they couldn't be any different in their type and kind. The young man's bull that wins our first division, extra soft rib, deep-sided, adequate in terms of his rib shape to go along with it. He's one you'd like to be a little neater in terms of profile and balance from his up through his front end and down his top line, but one you got to love his body type. He's adequate in his structure, not quite as athletic as the bull that wins the second division. The bull that wins the second division, cool looking, really long stride to get on top of him, pretty big back, really stout hip and a lot of muscle shape. So we talked to him, you'd like to drop him down through his flank. If you could combine these, you'd have a super high dollar Red Brangus bull, but both of them are really good in their own type, in their own right, and deserve to be out here. I like the added athleticism and balance of the young lady's bull. He'll be the champion. Congratulations.
Two hold the Bred known show today, winning both the heifer and the bull show today. Really nice bull. Super balanced, like
Your
Tyler was talking
champion,
about.
Red
Athletic
Brangus
bull.
Bred Bull, is
Interesting
entry
to see him at
76, shown
50
by
years old.
Audrey Acord. And your reserve champion is entry number 66, shown by Caden Maschek.
in terms of her feet and legs going in the right direction, getting out and moving well. She's really neat up through her front 1/3, but when you get on top of her, those top three, she's the steepest in her top, the flattest in the rib shape, and just doesn't have enough horsepower today to contend with those. But down the road, I think that one can move into the one hole in this class a year from now, or maybe 6 months from now, as she just has more time on feed and just fleshes up ever so slightly. The heifer that's most similar to the class winner in terms of dimension and power is the one in 4th. Unfortunately, she just doesn't balance well, and from a structural standpoint, gets too straight off that hind leg and then want to get out and go just right. And the heifer that rounds the class out, another really good bodied, easy fleshing type heifer. Unfortunately, she's just the frailest and the poorest balanced in this particular class.
Placings for Class 27, your champion is entry 83, shown by Connor Ward. Second place entry 79, shown by Carly Taylor. Third place entry 81, shown by Jaden Pinkston. Fourth place entry 80, shown by Trevor Haney. And fifth place entry 82, shown by Chesney Burney.
I believe we're lining up our class number 28 in our ultra female show here. I believe as those entries come in, we'll probably get some introductions. But I think it's, yep, we've got those females coming in here.
Class 28 Ultras are entering the ring. There'll be 3 entries in this class. Entry 84, Ms. Watt Mandate 541H3, shown by Trevor Haney. Entry 85, Miss Watt Powerball 44H10, shown by Trevor Haney. And entry 86, CT Ms. Aggie 698H, shown by Carly Taylor. This is Class 28 Ultras.
You bet, just 3 entries in this class, but we got a good moment to talk about some of the things going on here this week, and we were kind of having a conversation.
Attention in the barns, we need Class 31, 32, 33, and 34 of the Ultras to make their way to the arena. Class 31, 32, 33, and 34.
I think it's a good opportunity for us to talk about some of the other events going on here at the National Junior Brangus Show, and probably our big event this evening at the conclusion of our show is going to be our Source of Champions sale, and that's kind of evolved into an online sale. Tracy, why don't you tell us a little bit more about the offering that we've got there? We'll be kind of talking about that throughout the rest of the show today.
You bet. The Source of Champion sale has been going on since back when you and I were on the junior board, Garrett. But it's evolved now and is very efficiently ran by the High Point sales and marketing team. And it's a big fundraiser for the National Junior Brangus Show.
I think a class that comes together pretty logically, really a moderate, good structured, good bodied one to win. A lot of brood cow potential in this one. I think just a nice one to start. And a logical place to go in second. This heifer in 2 is just more functional in her structural makeup compared to the heifer in 3rd. She gets out and moves truer out of her front end. She's a nice bodied heifer, but compared to that one in front of her, not near the foot and bone and power or the balance of that one that wins the class. The one that comes in 3rd is probably the combination of the 2 in front of her in terms of frame size. I like her in terms of her rib shape, and she's got enough power for me, but from a structural standpoint, she concerns me the most. Never wants to get out and go, just a little stiffer moving off both ends of her skeleton.
You've had 3 super functional females that come to us in that last class here. Looks like a tank daughter back to a female that the Taylor family purchased.
Attention in the arena. I know a lot of you have multiple entries. When you enter the arena, please make sure that you have the correct exhibitor number in your vest.
Tracy, tell us a little more about the Source of Champions while we've got a moment here.
You bet. We'll talk about that just off and on because that's our big event this evening. So that's pretty exciting for the juniors to have the opportunity to raise some money, and there's lots of good genetic offerings.
Placings for Class 28. Your first place winner is entry number 86, shown by Carly Taylor. Second place entry 85, shown by Trevor Haney. And third place entry 84, also shown by Trevor Haney.
First slot in that SOC sale is always the blackberry jelly donated by Roger and Janet Gruhl from down in Georgia. That's always a big hit. I've never personally bought it.
Attention on the board. If you have taken cedar shavings and have not added that to your account in the show office, you need to do so immediately. The cedar shavings are being funded solely by the National Junior Brangus Show. We are currently in a deficit of 100 bags. If we cannot close that deficit, it will affect your show premiums. Guys, this is an honor system. Please let the office know if you have taken cedar shavings.
But this might just be my lucky year on that blackberry jelly. We're just going to have to wait and see. Another lot donated by IBBA President Alan Good with Trio Cattle and Genetics is a keepsake painting from an artist down in Tepoztlán, Mexico. And I actually have one of his paintings, and it's actually on my entertainment center in my house. Absolutely beautiful. So that's probably another one I'm going to be interested in. And
well, let me tell you about the blackberry jelly. As the person who's bought it the last 2 years, it's you better dig deep because that stuff is really good, and it lasts me about 6 months. So I've had the need for that jelly again is back at my house. So
I gotcha.
we're looking like we're moving into class number 29 here. I believe we've got 4 entries in class number 29. These are going to be all August 2020 females.
We have class number 29 Ultras entering the ring. Our entry number 87, WL Miss Kimura 701H, is shown by Brianna Hicks. Entry 88, Miss Watt Redemption 9U8H7, shown by Trevor Haney. Entry 89, Miss Watt Empire 415H, shown by Trevor Haney. And entry number 90, BU Miss Bella, shown by Bethany Urban. This is class 29 Ultras.
You bet. In this class, we got really kind of diversified genetics here. Entry number 87 being out of the tailwind bull. You've heard Mary all morning long. She would have raised that particular sire of entry number 87. 88 is going to actually be sired by a Red Angus bull, highly popular Cavanese sire Redemption. Back to Zonka on the bottom side of that pedigree, the 9UH family, certainly made famous by the Guardian bull. Then entry number 89 is going to be an Empire. Back to Capitalist, the 415 E19, certainly a really, really nice front end kind of ultra black female in the Brangus breed. And we talked earlier about the Empires being so sought after in this past fall. And then entry number 90 going to be a Tex Playbook. Talk about a bull that's been so popular in the Angus breed, and we've seen some sampling of him in the Brangus and making some ultra black cattle out of him, and they have been really, really nice. So again, a great representation of some diverse genetics that we've got to offer and coming down the pipeline as we talk about making new genetic lines and improving on the ones that we've already got. This is a great representation of what we've kind of been doing within the breed with these different ultra black programs. So Tracy, I know you have a little interest in the ultra blacks. You kind of mentioned earlier about how excited you were about watching this program grow from the junior standpoint. I think it's even brought maybe some new people in to the junior program with the growth of the ultra show.
Yeah, I think it definitely has, and we've got the opportunity here to really grow and correct and improve on some things in these Brangus cattle through that breed up program, and it's something we're definitely taking advantage of. Made a pretty big investment just this year, making some moves to do a little bit more of that. I just think there's a ton of opportunity and 2 really nice efforts on the front end of this class for sure.
Absolutely. Breaking news there, by the way. We have Mill Creek getting into the ultra black business.
That's right.
Coming
soon.
I think he's going to leave them how they stand with entry number 90, starting off the class here. She's going to be that Tex Playbook daughter, going back to Boulder, 416 cow family there on the bottom side. Currently positioned in second is entry number 87, the tailwind back to classified, Angus pedigree on the bottom. And it looks like I think he might swap these bottom 2, third and fourth, and move the Empire daughter to fourth and the Redemption heifer up to third. But I think he's settled with his decision. He's went for the microphone. Let's see what Tyler's got to say about these nice 4 ultra black heifers we've got standing here.
Best class of the day from top to bottom, and I think with these initial hitches, they're so high quality. you think this is going to be challenging, and it is. And then you kind of evaluate them and sort through them, and the heifer that wins is really the combination of two really high-quality heifers behind her. Compared to the heifer in second, she's more correct in her hip and hind leg structure and the way she moves her hock and flexes out of her hind end, and she's a touch deeper through her rear rib and flank and has more shape to her rib compared to the heifer in third. She's far neater and feminine up through her front end and just balances better. To me, she's the most fault-free that still has some look and attraction to her. She draws your attention, maybe not quite as quick as the heifer in second. When you get studying that one, it's hard to find a big hole in her. The one in second, no doubt, is awesome through her head and neck, very well presented, extremely good in her top line and out of her hip. Just a really, really attractive female. Unfortunately, when we set her in motion, I got to change her in her hock and the way she flexes and moves. Maybe she could be a touch softer through that rear rib and flank, and I think she's fine there. She's just a little bigger frame compared to the heifers on the either side of her, so it doesn't look quite as deep, but that's an ultra good heifer to be standing in second. The heifer in third, really moderate, big-bodied, easy fleshing, really gives you a broody look. Just like to make her have a more correct set to her hind leg when she's standing still, let her balance up through her front end. But yet she's more correct structurally than the heifer in third. This one in third's good in terms of her composition. She's lean like she needs to be and very, very thick top. But we need to change her balance-wise through her front end. And then when we set her in motion, of these four really good heifers, she concerns me the most in the way she moves off of her hind wheels. But best class of the day, congratulations to each of those exhibitors.
Hang on.
Class placings for Class 29. First place goes to entry 90, shown by Bethany Urban. Second place to entry 87, shown by Brianna Hicks. Third place to entry 89, shown by Trevor Haney. And fourth place to entry 88, shown by Trevor Haney. In Class 30, we have a single entry 91, AK Ms. Daisy 082H, shown by Henry Urban.
Just a single entry here coming to us from Atchison, Kansas. Henry Urban, entry number 91. Out of a resource son, back to the 580.
This is the entry the young man brings out and just comes out and strikes the pose for you. So awesome up through her front end and level topped. Very attractive through her hip and hind legs. Got good swoop to her belly and everything just matches up. I think when we set her in motion, maybe gets a little stiffer moving off her hind wheels, but I'm real excited to see her back in the championship lineup compared to our other class winners. Congratulations, young man.
That looks like we've got a bigger class of ultra females, 5 coming in the next class here. These are going to be spring 2020 females born in March and April. We've got representation from Texas, Florida, and New Mexico.
Class 31 Ultras is entering the ring. Entry 93, Sankey's Royal Lady 392H, shown by Carly Taylor. Entry 95, ACC Violet 674H7, shown by Hannah Lavender. Entry 96, MC Ms. Ranger 924H23, shown by Monty Askew. Entry 97, Ferris Miss Ultra Network 58, shown by Claire Horner. And entry 98, KK Miss Royalty 263H, shown by Ali Tiemann. This is Class 31 Ultras.
Talk about a great representation of the cross-section of the ultra black programs across the breed. You're going to see it right here in the ring. Entry number 93, coming from the Sankey program up there in Kansas. That obviously they've experienced plenty of success in the Brangus and ultra black side of things. This would have been a female that sold back in January at the exclusive sale up there at Oklahoma City. Entry number 95. It's going to come to you from Allen Cattle Company. That sold to the Lavender family in New Mexico. Goes back to 7A daughter there on the bottom side. She'd have sold last year in their online sale. I believe she might have been their high selling ultra female in the offering and a personal favorite of mine. Entry number 96 originally comes from Mound Creek Cattle Company, a Ranger daughter. Back to the 924 cow family, a Jethro there, one of those full sisters to the trio of OnStar, Rockstar, and El Ejido. So royal pedigree there, and about as all you can ask for from the Mound Creek pedigrees, all combined into one with entry number 96. Entry number 97 comes to you from the Ferris family. Claire Horner showing that one from Tuscola, Texas. She's going to be out of the World Network Bull, back to Advantage 150D on the bottom side there from Ferris's. And entry number 98 comes to you breeder-wise from Katie Wunderlich with the KK prefix there. And this is going to be out of Tough Act 157D9 back to the 263Z on the bottom side, shown by Allie Tiemann. But a great cross-section of what we've got coming with our Ultra Black program in the Brangus Association today. Tracy, tell me what you think about what you see out here. We have some diversity in pedigrees, but I think quality is pretty consistent from end to end here.
I think the quality is consistent from end to end, but I guess whenever I look out there, the first thing that I notice is there's some dang good showmen out there right now.
Absolutely.
It's a good thing this isn't a showmanship contest, because we may be out here for a while sorting a handful of these. But no, there is some diversity, and we get that sometimes in the Brangus breed, and that even carries over into the ultras. But I think there's some quality and definitely some breeding pieces in these things. It's from one end to the other. There's some nice ones out here. This is probably going to be one of his tougher classes of the day, I would think.
Oh, I would certainly agree. I think, we've got some that are real balanced, kind of the cleaner made style of ultras, maybe that a little refined in terms of their foot and bone work, but really angular and offer some maternal strength. And I think you've got some that are, probably the second generation ultras that are more of the Brangus type, more of, that one cross away from being, getting the R number and being registered females. And then you have kind of a combination of those things as you would expect to have out here. But really, I think a tough sort for Tyler with these 5 out here. I think you're going to have to pick the type that you want and prioritize some things, because I think you could go a lot of different ways with what you've got out here with these 5 females.
I think that's right. It's going to be interesting to see what we do while we've got a little break here while we're waiting on him to make the
Absolutely.
sort.
Let's get back to Source of Champions.
Let's get back to that Source of Champions. You can see what I'm worried about for this evening.
If you don't know, Tracy's all about raising money.
About raising the money. That's exactly right. So another one of the lots that we're going to have is our junior board, or members of our junior board, are going to donate 1 hour of any type of mentorship that maybe your first-time junior or second-year junior may need. They can do some showmanship lessons, some daily care lessons, or some fitting lessons. So that's a great opportunity to buy your exhibitor some one-on-one special assistance if they need it. So that's a unique lot. That's the first year we've done something like that, but I think it's a good opportunity for some of our new exhibitors out there. Another one that we've got is the option to pick your stalls at the 2022 National Junior Brangus Show, and get 1 hour's worth of help unloading and setting up those stalls. I'll tell you right now, there's some value in that one.
I think we'll have a pretty good bidding war on that. I tell you, getting to pick your stalls and having the help to get your stuff unloaded. I want to know where that was at whenever we were showing those more cattle.
Absolutely. Well, it's there now that I don't see why the open show exhibitors can't bid on that. I don't think you have to just be a junior for that one, because I'm pretty sure Mill Creek's going to be hot and heavy on that one.
No, I think that's a great idea. Whenever we were putting the sale together and they mentioned those lots, I think both of those are really good, and especially as we have this year, I think we have a really big influx of new exhibitors, and I think this is a great opportunity not only for them but the folks that have been here for a long time, and maybe have young ones coming along the way. A great way to meet and interact with the junior board. I know for me personally, that was a great experience to be a part of the IJBBA board, and we were sitting up here earlier with, I think there was 3 past presidents all sitting up here visiting and reminiscing about the good old days. And just like any time you get the older generation together, we talk about how much harder it was for us, but we'll continue
This class is not easy, and I'm not going to tell you there's a right way to place them. If we polled the audience, it'd be interesting to see kind of where it ended up, because there's so many differences between them and so many things you can justify 1 through 5. All these kids are doing a nice job getting them presented too. I'm going to start the one for me that's the most fault-free. She's big-bodied. She's as good-bodied as any of them out here. She is the most feminine about her head and neck, even though you'd like to clean her up through her neck with extra skin in the base of her neck, but realize you changed pretty much all of them in this class there. That's kind of a wash. I guess for me, you can ask yourself, is she big enough and stout enough, featured for a breeding heifer for me, she is, but that's where I'd change her. No doubt the rest of the heifers in the class are stouter boned and bigger footed than that one. The one that comes next is really a complete heifer that almost at times can get a little common looking out here because she's deep in her chest, a little plainer up through her front 1/3. There's nothing that reaches out and grabs you about this heifer, but it's hard to find a huge hole in her too. I just wish she was a little neater up through her front end, maybe a touch stouter in her bone as well. She's just not quite as feminine up through her front end compared to that one that wins. But at the same time, those two beat the one in third because they're better structured. The one that concerns me the most from a structural standpoint, no doubt, is the one in third. She's a little straighter through her shoulder, a little more rigid in her hock, but standing still, I can make arguments for her to win from a balance standpoint, from her shoulder back. She's the best. She's as fresh and as good in her composition as any of them as well, but we need to make her move better, and that's why she goes 3 for me. Pair of young ladies doing an awesome job showing down here in 4 and 5. The 4th place heifer, really good bodied. I like her from the side, that good enough, even though I changed her chest. But then you move in behind her, and she's got to go down for me because she's a little flatter through her rib, and she is the narrowest gauged heifer in this class. Then the heifer that rounds out the class, it's hard to put 1/5 with a young lady doing this good job showing. She's an absolute hammer. And this one's front 1/3 is as good as any of them in the class. But from there back, she just concerns me too much, being the largest framed heifer in the class. That is the flattest in her rib, the shallowest in her body, and just not enough of her as she moves away. But young lady, you can show anything for me anytime. You do an awesome job. Just wish we had more moderation and real rib and volume and base width to go along with that heifer. A challenging class, a lot of things you can justify doing with those 5.
Your placings for class 31. First place goes to entry 96, shown by Monty Askew. Second place to entry 93, shown by Carly Taylor. Third place to entry 95, shown by Hannah Lavender. Fourth place, entry 97, shown by Claire Horner. And fifth place, entry 98, shown by Allie Tiemann. We have class 32 ultras entering the ring. Entry 99, Soon's Miss Business Line, 416 H49, shown by Emily Jackson. Entry 101, Ferris Miss UB Compadre, 164H, shown by Tack Ferris. Entry 105, Miss DMR Empire, 415 H11, shown by Helen Oglesby. And entry 106, Hannah, shown by Savannah Hansen. This is class 32 ultras.
You know, just to go back to what Tyler said in that last class, you know, sort them how you like, but you have to certainly appreciate the description that he gives with the cattle that we had in that last class. That was certainly a tough sort, and you kind of pick the cattle that you like within your own program, and, you know, he's sorting them the way that he sees them today, but I can certainly, my hat's off to the description of trying to give credit where credit's due from top to bottom in that class, for sure. And I think we got another class here that certainly has a little diversity in it, but some nice ones all the way through here. Tracy, what do you see out here?
Well, again, I'm seeing some pretty good showmen walking around. When we move into these older heifers, you know, I think this one, like you said, there is some diversity, so it's going to come down to preference. I think we see that a lot of times in Brangus shows. It's just whether we're talking about the Brangus or the Ultras, it's going to dial down to preference at the end of the day. But 4 nice females out here, just a matter of you know, how you want to rank them and how you want to stack them up. But this would be a really good judging contest class.
Absolutely. I think there's some heifers in here that I've seen quite a bit in some of these other shows. The heifer that kind of the oldest heifer in this class, entry number 106, I believe, has experienced some success. She's Silvera style, back to a 622. We've got this Empire daughter, the 415 that's in here. We've got the heifer from Ferris's, love the moderation, the easy keeping kind that she's got out of a Wilkes Cowboy Up Son there. And then entry number 99, kind of going from oldest to youngest here, the Business Line daughter that Jacksons have got. She's certainly a pretty neat piece. That she is heavy structured, conservative in her frame. There's just a lot of different kinds in the 4 that we've got out here. I think they're 4 pretty different kind of females. Tyler's kind of made his initial selection here. It looks like he's going with that oldest heifer, the Silvera style, to start the class, and following her up with the real moderate Brangusy looking Business Line female here. I tell you what, 2 totally different kinds that we have here in first and second. Wouldn't you agree?
It is. I don't know if we can have personal opinions, but that's a darn good one leading off. I don't, y'all may kick me off here if I give too many personal opinions, but I think that's
Really
pretty nice.
good balance, good looking one to win this class. Ultra neat up through her front end. I like her down her top line. She's adequate and good in her rib and depth of rib. She's stout enough. I guess what we'd change her is just give her a touch more angle to her shoulder and let her reach out just a touch better through that front end. The heifer that comes second kind of logically follows has been the other nice made heifer in the class that's got some rib and volume. She's adequate in terms of her foot and bone. She does stride a little through her out of her front end. Just not quite the added depth of rib in this one, not quite the wow factor, but just a nice logical heifer to go second. Then we get into a closer placing for third and a pair of moderate, really Cali, big-bodied heifers. Of the pair, the young man's heifer that's going to go third is just a little neater about her head and neck. She's also a touch longer-bodied, but she's a heifer that gets a touch deep in her chest and bigger in her navel, doesn't balance as well as those in front of her. The heifer that's going to round the class out, as I mentioned, really strong top, really big-bodied, and got a big rib cage in her. Unfortunately, she's as wide in her shoulder as she is in her pin set, and she's just the poorest balanced heifer in the class.
Placings for Class 32. First place goes to entry 106, shown by Savannah Hanson. Second place to entry 99, shown by Emily Jackson. Third place to entry 101, shown by Tack Ferris. Fourth place, entry 105, shown by Helen Oglesby. We have a single entry in our Class 33 that is entering the ring. Entry 108. JJ Miss Currency 675G, shown by Emily Jackson.
Dave, this single entry heifer here looks a lot like the one that she had in the previous class. Just like the moderation, the easy keeping kind that she is here. She's a Boral Currency, back to a tradition bred female 675 cow family on the bottom side. Just a single entry here.
Good single entry heifer. I love her in her top line quality, how her head and neck blend back into that shoulder and down her top line. Maybe we could change her in her underlying quality in terms of where her chest and flank are in relation to each other, but a good structured one. Nice cow prospect for the young lady.
You bet. Congratulations to Emily there with that single entry. A tremendous cow prospect. I couldn't agree more with Tyler on that assessment here. We got just one more class left in the Ultra Female show here. Just two entries. These are going to be Fall 2019 females, shown by Caleb Horner and Brianna Hicks. I think they're getting those females lined up here. Entry 109 and 110. Entry 109 is going to be out of a Consensus Son, back to Presidente breeding on the bottom side of that pedigree, and 110 is going to be a Samson, again back to classified. That's going to be Wiley Genetics there on the bottom side of that pedigree in entry number 110. Looks like
Class 34 is our final class in the Female Ultra Show. Entry 109, FRC Miss Ultra Confirmed 15G, shown by Caleb Horner. Entry 110, WL Miss Shady Lady 701G, shown by Brianna Hicks.
Folks, this is going to be our last class in the Ultra Female show. Following this, we don't do any divisions in our Ultra show, so we will follow this up with our Grand Champion Drive with a lineup of our class winners here. But we've got just a little bit of time. Tracy, why don't you just tell us a little bit more about our Source of Champions? I believe that's going to start closing out this evening on the Smart Auctions platform. And tell folks how we get the
Class winners for the Ultra Female Show. You need to be ready in the makeup area for Champion Drive. Second place entries also need to be waiting in the arena, in the makeup area, in case your first place entry in your class is pulled for champion.
Yep, we get most of the semen by donations. Tracy, why don't you tell us a little bit about how our junior board really puts most of this stuff together?
Absolutely. They'll reach out to breeders, and we have some of the most gracious and generous breeders in the Brangus breed, I think, and then they'll ask for a donation of 5 units or sometimes 10 units of semen on a bull, and then that goes into the Source of Champion sale, and 100% of those proceeds from those semen sales goes to benefit the International Junior Brangus Breeders Legacy Foundation. So that's something that we started a few years back, and gives us the opportunity to really plan for the future.
Tyler's made his selection. Let's hear what he has.
Somewhat of a close placing here. Both these heifers you'd like to fix in their base of their neck and in their underlying quality, but I'm going to go with the heifer that's just a little further along in calf, the one that's better bodied today when you get on top of her, way wider down her top and out of her pins. Love this one's rib shape, stout hip, gets out and moves well enough. Definitely would like to lengthen her and trim her up through that front end and make her shoulder a little better, but being awful critical of one that's pretty far along in calf and a high quality female. The one in second moves easier, gets out and about. She's touched cleaner and longer up through her neck, but from her shoulder back, just gives up too much rib cage, too much dimension and power to the one that wins. And I'd like to see her showing just a touch more udder development, maybe look like she's a little further along in calf. But a nice pair of heifers to round out our ultra show.
Absolutely competitive pair here between the two, with some give and takes between the two of them. But we're lining up our champion drive for our ultra show here. I'm sure we'll have some results announced here shortly from our last class, and we'll get the introductions of our females coming back for the Grand Champion Ultra Drive. Placing first in that last class was the Sampson daughter, WL Miss Shady Lady 701G, coming to you from the Wiley family there in Kansas, with the classified daughter on the bottom side of that pedigree. I think we're still trying to get a few more of these lined up here to get into our Grand Champion drive lined up here in the waiting area. But it's been a great ultra show. Our Bred and Owned show ran super smooth. I think we've got. I'm proud of the lineup that we've been able to. The juniors have brought to us here so far today. I tell you something I think is pretty neat to see is we have the multiple generations at this point. Folks that I grew up showing with, Tracy grew up showing with, now have their youngsters bringing cattle through the ring, and second and third generation Brangus exhibitors here at the National Junior Brangus Show. And I think you've got a little one that's going to be probably showing some Brangus at some point in her life, right?
She will. That is
an option?
That is an option. That as long as she wants to do something with a cow, we'll make whatever an option that she wants to. I think what's neat here is the Ferris family. They've got Danny Ferris is going to have to buy more cows to keep those grandkids in show heifers, because they got a whole crew here with them.
Most certainly. They brought certainly some really competitive ultra females here today in the heifer show. But anyway, this has been a great show up to this point. We've still got some more to go. We have the percentage female, which is a relatively new aspect to the National Junior Brangus Show, but I think again something that's been an addition and helps bring more young people to our breed, more young people here to our National Junior Brangus Show.
Absolutely, it's increased our participation numbers and give those kids that are showing those percentage heifers an opportunity to show on a national platform with the Junior National Show and compete in leadership contests and things like that. So really pleased we had the opportunity to bring them in.
Absolutely. I think we're getting pretty close. I think, just so you know, keep you up to date, we've got a pretty small ultra bull show when this is concluded, and then we're going to move right into the percentage females. So I think they're still maybe missing one. Oh, I see Tom Hayford.
I think that's actually an ultra pair show.
Ultra pair show. Oh, that's right. We don't have a bull show. Yep, we have an ultra pair show. Just 2 entries in that. We're bringing in our Grand Champion drive.
Our champion drive is entering the ring. Since we do not have divisions in the ultra show, all first place class winners are coming into the ring for our judge to select a champion. From class 26, first place went to entry number 78, Ms. Broken A Jewel, 14J, shown by Audrey Acord. From Class 27, first place went to entry 83, W5 Miss Rose, 215H, shown by Connor Ward. From Class 28, entry 86, CT Miss Aggie, 698H, shown by Carly Taylor. From Class 29, entry 90, BU Miss Bella, shown by Bethany Urban. From Class 30, entry 91, aka Miss Daisy, 082H, shown by Henry Urban. From Class 31, entry 96, MC Miss Ranger, 924H23, shown by Monty Eskew. From Class 32, entry 106, Hannah, shown by Savannah Hanson. From Class 33, entry 108, JJ Miss Currency, 675G, shown by Emily Jackson. And from Class 34, entry 110, WL Miss Shady Lady, 701G, shown by Brianna Hicks. This will be for Champion Ultra Female.
Well, Tracy, thanks again for joining us. I know our time with you is up. You've got lots of responsibilities here at the National Junior Brangus Show. I appreciate you taking a little bit of time, but we've got our Ultra Female Grand Champion drive out here. I know we're kind of our parting words here, but tell us a little bit about what you see out here and, kind of give us your spin on what you see at the National Junior Brangus Show here moving forward.
Absolutely. I think we've got a pretty good lineup out here. I'd see 2 or 3 ways you can probably go and not be wrong. Glad to see the Ultra program growing in the show ring, and I think we've got some nice ones that really paint the picture of what that program's supposed to do. I've enjoyed being here up there and got a bird's eye view. I was ground floor before he invited me up, so it's a lot easier to sit up here and see everything going on, sitting down in the back working. So I've enjoyed it. I think we've got a nice group out here. Tyler just does such an incredible job describing the cattle, and he can kind of paint you a picture too on what we're seeing out here. But I think there's some really nice females. There's probably one I like. I think it's pretty stout, but it looks like he's ready to get going here.
This Ultra show has been really good, and I'm sure it just continues to grow. The quality is great. I usually don't do this, especially a lineup this big, but I'm going to go down and briefly talk about each of them because I think the decision's that close, and I want everybody to know exactly what I'm thinking as we get out here. The red heifer that wins the first class, she won that class logically because she was the best balanced, best moving one. As she gets out here, maybe gets outpowered by several of them, not quite as dimensional, not quite as stout boned, and she's not letting herself be shown either. The next class, one of the bigger classes in this division and this particular breed, this one heifer won the short-tailed heifer because she was the big-bodied, moderate, good structured one. She gets back out here. Maybe she doesn't balance quite as well as some others as we've seen up to her front 1/3, but a nice cow prospect in her own right. The heifer in class 3, one that I like in terms of her rib shape. I like her condition, and she's right in terms of her muscle. She's one that maybe you'd like to fix her top line quality ever so slightly, maybe clean her up at the base of her neck. But a really, really high quality one there to win class 3. The heifer that wins class 4, I said on the mic, toughest class of the day from top to bottom. Quality animal standing on the bottom end of that class, and the good one to win. This heifer is just so practical and complete, but yet she's not complete on the side of common. She's complete on the side of being impressive. Where we would change hers in her chest ever so slightly, but everywhere else, this one excels a lot of them in this particular drive. Feet and legs just right, top line great, hip right, body's really good. She's feminine in her head and neck. If you go down at the base of it, that's where we change her ever so slightly. Young man that comes next was a single lineup, single entry. This one's really good on the standstill. Super up-headed and cool neck. Got that wow factor to her standing still. When we set her in motion, that's where it gets more difficult. I really want to change her in her hock and the way she moves out of that hind end, maybe give her a little more angle to her shoulder. And she's standing there, she's not quite right, her shoulder to neck under a fore-rib conjunction there, and we tweak her there. The heifer that wins the next class, I believe class 6, probably the most challenging class of the day in terms of different types and kinds. Not a clear-cut heifer to go bottom, not a clear-cut heifer to go top, and a lot of differences from there on out. But the heifer we did land on is really cowy. She's feminine about her head and neck. She's super good bodied. She's good in her composition. She just needs to be a touch bigger footed and stouter bone to match some of these out here. The heifer that wins Class 7 on the standstill, to me, she needs to win. She's ultra high presented, ultra high quality. But when we set her in motion, she concerns me quite a bit in terms of her shoulder structure. You can even see it there as she's standing. She's pretty round and high in that shoulder and pretty straight in the angle of it. If we change her there, she'd get a purple banner today. But she's not changed there, and it makes the decision even more difficult. The heifer that comes next, Class 8, I believe, one that's moderate, good bodied, maybe gets out here and gets a little plainer on both ends of her skeleton, just a nickel deeper chested, doesn't have that cool hip and hind leg to her. Then the heifer that wins the last class, she did so because she's an older heifer that's showing that she's heavy bred. I love her rib cage, the shape of her rib, the depth of her rib. You get on top of her, big top. We need to change her through her front 1/3 in her shoulder, down in her chest. Just change her there, and I'd like that one to make a hard run at it. So that's the differences I see in it, and I hope you see the same differences. It's somewhat of a challenging decision, but when you go back to basics of build and start there, they're built right, they're good body, they're going to go make cows, they balance good enough, and you'd like to tweak them in one area. I'm going to use young lady's heifer out of Class 4 right here to be our champion. Congratulations.
Your grand champion female is going to go to entry number 90. She's the Tex Playbook. Goes back to Boulder. Shown by Bethany Urban there in Atchison,
Your
Kansas.
champion ultra heifer is entry 90, BU Miss Bella, shown by Bethany Urban. Coming in for reserve is entry 87, WL Miss Kimura 7018, shown by Brianna Hicks.
As Tyler mentioned in his comments, I concur. The decision here gets to be quite difficult just with the variation and of what we got standing out here, but a strong lineup, I think, from end to end here.
We'll pull that second place out in Class 4, and she's immediately in contention. This one's really impressive from the side profile, so good in her underlying quality, and yet she's stout enough and powerful enough. She lost in class to that one in front of her because that one in front is just so good in her hawk and to the ground. This one you would tweak ever so slightly right there, but the three in contention to me are the ones that are ultra good looking from the side profile that have enough to them. And to me, of the three that are in contention, you'd like to tweak them all structurally, but the one of those in contention for me that are the most right in her hip and hind leg that you can live with and I'd still call sound is the one that stood second behind her champion. That one will be reserved. Congratulations.
Reserve champion ultra females, entry number 87, shown by Brianna Hicks.
Ladies and gentlemen, that draws our heifer show to a conclusion on the ultra side of things. As we mentioned before, we've got a couple of ultra pairs that we're going to run to you right quick. It should be a small, quick pair show, and I'm going to guess we're going to take a quick break for pictures following that, and then we'll get back to the percentage show to round out our day.
Our Class 35 Ultra pairs are entering the ring. This is a single class of 2 for Ultra Grand Champion and Reserve Champion. Entry number 111, CF Blackbird Atlanta 378F, shown by Jesse Pinkston. And entry number 112, DH Miss Halls LBS 46D 177F2, shown by Lindley Adler. This is for your champion and reserve champion ultra pair.
As we said, there are just 2 entries here in our Ultra Pair Show. The first entry there is going to be entry 111, shown by Jesse Pinkston from Florida with a heifer calf pair. And entry number 112, Lindley Adler from Arkansas, has got a bull calf pair. These females are making a quick lap here in the ring. And like I said, this will tidy up our Ultra show for today and here at the National Junior Brangus Show. Following this, we're going to take a quick break for a few pictures on our grands and reserves on the Ultra side of things, and then we're going to roll right back into our percentage show. We talked about that earlier, being a newer addition to the National Junior Brangus Show, but one that certainly brought in some new faces and new families here into the Brangus fold, and we're glad to have those people here. Tyler's making his round. He's taking a close look at both of these pairs now and is going back to take one more look from the side. And looks like he will grab the microphone pretty quickly here, and it looks like he might leave them as they stand, with 111 being your winner here.
Only 2 pairs in this division, and so we'll talk them both and select the champion. The young man's pair, what a moderate broody cow that's big-bodied, really easy fleshing. She gets out and she moves well. Maybe not quite as neat-fronted as the cow behind her, but she's got a good calf on her that's got a lot of grow. She's done a good job raising that one. The heifer to my left here, the young lady showing really attractive and feminine for that front 1/3, one that's right on her feet and legs. No doubt she's in her work clothes out here today because she's a little sucked down, a little harder bodied compared to that one in front of us, but a nice calf with a lot of potential upside. I'm going to go with the cow just a little more rib and volume and power in her today. Use the young man's pair to be the champion. The young ladies will be reserved.
And that's what he did, leaving, starting your Grand Champion Ultra pair, going to entry 111, Jesse Pinkston.
There'll be a short break for pictures, and then they'll start the percentage show after the pictures are taken.
ordinary day. Then she walked in and looked my way. With just a glance, yeah, I was sold. My head in disarray. How are you? How's your night been gone? I said, I'm not that type of guy, you know. But why don't we talk? Yeah, let me buy you a drink. And then she kissed my face, yeah. I'm falling. I was all in. Now I'm running to survive. You got me in overdrive. I'm running, yeah, you've done it. I'm running so fast, you love it. I hope this day it never ends now. The pretty face has got me in overdrive. After she had me in her grips, then she let go and tossed me in. Just like a shirt into the wash. We'll never know what could have been. I want another chance to prove that I could be the one for you. How could you make me feel so good and then do those evil things you do now? I'm falling. I was all in. Now I'm running to survive. You got me in overdrive. I'm running, yeah, you've done it. I'm running so fast, you love it. I hope this day it never ends now. Your pretty face has got me in overdrive. Got me in overdrive. I'm running, yeah, you've done it. I'm running so fast, you love it. I hope this day it never ends now. Your pretty face has got me in overdrive. I'm running so fast, you love it. Your pretty face has got me in overdrive.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back underway here at the National Junior Brangus Show in Belton, Texas with our own percentage female show. We've talked a little bit before already about how these are kind of a new addition. We've only had this show here a couple of years, but it's been a great way to add some juniors into the program here at the Junior Brangus Breeders Association. So we've got 3 entries in this first class. These are going to be January 2021 females. Looks like entry number 114 on the Brangus side of things is going to go back to 804X3, a Diamond D cow there on the bottom side of that pedigree. Entry number 116 is going to be a Fabio. That's a bull that Triple Crown has raised and used and had a tremendous amount of luck with. And entry number 118 is going to be a Kill Shot. That's going to come from the Doge program. That's a bull that Cromwell Cattle Company purchased back
We're
down,
starting our
there a few
percentage
years
show.
ago.
This is class 36, entry 114, Rafter L. Olivia, X3J, shown by Emily File. Entry 116, TCR Dawn 9J, shown by Katie Pickett. And entry 118, CCC Silver Bell 601J, shown by Truett Marks.
Three entries in here. We got two silver heifers, kind of on either end. Entry 114. The Raptor L heifer is a silver heifer, and entry 118. So if you're watching, 118 is going to be the CCC Silver Bell, shown by Truett Marks, and the black heifer in the middle is comes from Triple Crown, and shown by Caden Pickett, the black heifer that stands in the middle of the lineup here. But three really nice percentage females to get our show started off with here. Tyler's taking a few moments to sort through these.
If you have a heifer in the percentage show, please make your way to the makeup area. If you have a percentage heifer in the show, please make your way to the makeup area.
In the works right now, trying to get one more guest with us. They were trying to finish up. They had some volunteer obligations, I guess. They're supposed to start weighing bulls here shortly, but I was trying to talk one of our show committee members into joining us here. So if I can get one of those broke loose, I'm texting them as we speak. We'll try to bring on a third guest as we round out our day today with the percentage female show. Looks like we're going to slide the black heifer to the front. The Triple Crown heifer out of Fabio is going to be first in this class.
Well, if this class is any sign of what's to come in this influence show, it's going to be outstanding. These are three very quality animals. All of them probably came to this show thinking they could win their class, and they all deserve a blue ribbon. I'm going to use the black heifer to win, and this is why. She's a little longer body. I see just a touch more future in her. She's a heifer that's better in her top line, especially out of her hip. I like her in her set to her hind leg ever so slightly. This heifer from the side, because she's so long, you wouldn't think would have that much rib shape and that much dimension down her top, and that really impresses me. The one area the gray heifer beats her for sure, and she's a little tighter and cleaner up through her head and neck and chest, and that's the gray heifer's advantage. The heifer in second's awfully good. There's reason she could win this class. She's put together well. She proportionalizes well for me. Very attractive up through her head and neck, and to be that powerful from there back's impressive for me. Where I'd like to change her's in her top line, right behind her shoulder. She gets a little shorter and steeper out of her hip compared to the one in front of her, and then maybe just doesn't have quite the set to her hind leg from the side profile that that class winner does. I like the future in the class winner's hot, just a nickel better than this one, but either one of these can win. They're good cattle. The heifer that comes third ran into a heck of a class, and she goes third for me because she's just a little coarser, more terminal in her look, a little bolder in her shoulder, a little higher in her tail head. She's just not quite as feminine, but here, that's being ultra critical on a really stout, big-bodied, powerful one that has some really unique pieces. Just an outstanding class to start us off.
Placings for Class 36. First goes to entry 116, shown by Caden Pickett. Second to entry 114, shown by Emily File. And third place to entry 118, shown by Truett Marks.
Great class of three females, like we said before, to start with. Really a great way to start the show. We're going to move into a bigger class here. Class number 37 is coming to you. I believe we've got 7 entries in this class, just to kind of give you a run through of some of the pedigrees here. On the Brangus side of these, entry 122.
Our percentage class 37 is entering the ring. We have entry 122, Miss Isabella, shown by Leighton Parks. Entry 123, MP Miss Rosie, 38H44, shown by April Villarreal. Entry 124, KHR Miss Rainey, 44H, shown by Kinley Ward. Entry 125, PCCH11, shown by Kaylee Crittenden. Entry 126, Raptor L. Katie, 239H, shown by Tristan File. Entry 127, RCC Ms. Roxy, 157H1, shown by Ryan Rhodes. And entry 128, TCR Sweet Pea, 118H, shown by Savannah Payne. This is class 37 percentage.
You bet, folks. Just to run through kind of our Brangus influence on this percentage show. Entry 122 goes back to MC Amaretto. 14U2 on the bottom side. Entry 123's actually got Brangus on both sides of the pedigree. A Rendezvous out of a past reserve international champion 38A16. I believe that cow now.
Attention in the board. The show committee has begun weighing and measuring the open futurity bulls. If you have an open futurity bull, you must have it weighed and measured by the show committee. They're set up in the arena along the sidewall. Even if you checked in your bull, during the junior check-in, it must be weighed and measured by the show committee.
Entry number 124, going to be out of the Roscoe Bull. Entry number 125 here. I believe we see where we're at in the lineup. Entry 125 is going to be out of a Doge Bull called Eagleford, 804Y 35. That's shown by Kaylee Crichton. And then entry 126, the Raptor L female, goes back to 804X3, who is a descendant of 804H33. Then let's see what else we have in our lineup here. 127 is going to be in God We Trust out of a 157 female from JLS International. And entry 128 is going to be out of TCR Beast 88C, back to a 118A on the bottom side of that pedigree. So really probably as much variation as we've seen in the class all day today. We got some red ones, got some baldies, black ones, smoky colored ones. But again, the quality runs pretty deep in this class, probably one of our bigger classes of the day that we've had here, and for sure one of the bigger classes we'll have in the percentage female show here. I think Tyler certainly got his work cut out for him here, especially as he looks to sort out the top end of this this particular class. Looks like he is going to initially start out with Tristan File, entry 126, sort him towards the front. I believe he is getting Kaylee Crichton maybe into the second hole as we speak here. I believe slid entry number 127 into the third hole. Again, these are not official placings. These are just as we see them being sorted here in the ring. Entry 128 currently sits in the fourth position. Pull a red heifer next. Entry 124 looks to be in the fifth position. Entry 122 and 123 will round out the class. Apologize for some of the background noise we've got here. Tyler's going to have these females make another lap here just to confirm his initial placings. Look like we've got a smoky heifer in entry number 126. Again, sitting in the first position here. She's going to be out of the 804X3 female. Entry 125 currently sits in second. She's going to be out of the Eagleford Bull that came from the Diamond D program. Looks like entry 127 currently sits in third. That's going to be an In God We Trust. Very popular club calf bull out of 157A, which is a JLS female on the bottom side of this pedigree. So really strong set of females, especially here on the front half of this class. Here's Tyler with his comments.
Really a fun class to judge and sort the differences between these cattle. This slick-haired gray one I like to win. She is the most attractive from the side profile. Ultra neat through her chest and head and neck. really blends there back into a really nice hip and hind leg. She's good bodied. She's ultra stout. I guess where we could change her, what makes it close, is right in her shoulder. Is her angle good enough? I'm going to call it good enough and use her to win, but it needs to stay there and not get straighter as she matures. The best footed, soundest one's the black one in second, and that's why she goes there. Really reaches out of that front end. Has got a lot of cushion at the ground. You get on top of her, she's adequate in the shape down her top and out of her hip. When you get off of her, though, she doesn't blend as well as the heifer in front of her because she's a little plainer in her neck, wants to run up in her underline ever so slightly. We give her just a touch more flank. I could run her to 1. In motion, the heifer in third, I initially thought could contend to win the class because when you get her in motion, this thing kind of comes together. She's good structured, big-footed, stout bone, great bodied. When you get her standing still, she just gets a little piecey. Young man, you got her stuck as well as you had the whole time she's out here right now because she's blending pretty well, but a couple of times really wide and open in her shoulder, not quite right enough in her top line, and I moved her down just a few spots. The heifer that comes next is opposite of the one in front of her. Standing still, she can contend to move up a few holes because she's parallel in her lines and good in her neck. When you set her in motion of the top 4, she concerns me the most. Just a little straighter off both ends of her skeleton, a little more restricted in her movement. Kind of a logical heifer to go here 5th of the bottom 3. She's the one that's most like those top ones in terms of having a touch more balance than the heifers behind her, a touch more front end quality. Unfortunately, just gets out measured and out powered by those 4 in front of her. The dark red heifer coming next, like her neck and her top line, but unfortunately just a shallower bodied, harder doing type of a female, and then bald-faced heifer that's going to round the class out. She's adequate in her center rib. She's adequate in her top line quality. Unfortunately, she's just the plainest appearing and frailest boned heifer in the class.
Placings for Class 37. Class champion is entry 126, shown by Tristan File. Second place, entry 125, shown by Kaylee Crittenden. Third place, entry 127, shown by Ryan Rhodes. Fourth place, entry 128, shown by Savannah Payne. Fifth place, entry 124, shown by Kinley Ward. Sixth place, entry 123, shown by April Villarreal. And seventh place, entry 122, shown by Leighton Parks. We have Class 38 percentage in the ring. There's 3 entries. Entry 129, Miss T.S. Alley Prophet, 767H4, shown by Camille Quibido. Entry 130, LMC Hazel, H125, shown by Jenna Jennings. And entry 131, 4T Thor, Miss Molly, 747H, shown by Reed Thorne. This is Class 38 percentage.
As you heard there, we just got 3 entries here in class number 38. These are going to be 1 October and 2 September heifers in here. Entry number 29, just tell you a little bit about the Brangus side of these pedigrees. Looks like the sire on this one's going to be a full brother to the Dinero Bull out of the 111 U25 on the bottom side of that pedigree. This sire is sired by the Great Prophet Bull, the Feed Efficiency King. We're going to move to entry number 130 is a one source out of a La Muñeca cow on the bottom side of that pedigree. And then entry 131 CMR, I believe that's going to be Circle M, that's going to be your Tanner Miller genetics here, 915 on the top side of that pedigree. So 3 familiar pedigrees in here. Looks like we are still moving these females around in order to get a placing, but again, three pretty nice ones to sort through here for Tyler.
A logical place to start in the best structured, best balanced heifer that's got enough rib and volume to go along with it, just a nice individual. Then we get into a closer placing for second. I'm going to go with the heifer. It's got more spread down her top, more shape to her rib cage, and a touch more functional set to her hind leg. Although I would like to make this heifer a lot more feminine up through her front end. The heifer in second to me is just more production oriented than the one in third. The heifer in third is really feminine about her head, really up-headed. Love the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. But you get on top of her, she's the narrowest gauged heifer in the class. And then you set her in motion, just a little stiffer moving out of her hip and hind leg.
Placings for Class 38. First place goes to entry 131, shown by Reed Thorne. Second place to entry 130, shown by Jenna Jennings. And third place to entry 129, shown by Camille Quibido. Class 39. Percentage females, entry 133, 5T Miss Chunk, shown by Kinsley Rhodes. Entry 134, Dunk Pearl D009, shown by Trent Tice. And entry 135, SG Miss Darlin Gold 208, shown by Allie Tiemann. This is class 39.
Just 3 entries in this class. Again, as she said, class number 39 of percentage females. Here at the National Junior Brangus Show, we're about halfway through our percentage show after this class here. Just 3 entries. Entry number 133, shown by Kinsley Rhodes, going to go back to an 820 cal, a Hercules daughter on the bottom side of that pedigree. Entry 134 is going to go back to a Star War daughter from the 915 cal family. That cal is going to come from Skyhawk Brangus. And entry number 135 is going to go back to a 937Z on the bottom side of that pedigree. This female is sired by the Club Calf Bull from Brandon Horn, Solid Gold. So 3 different pedigrees that we've got in here. Having a little trouble getting one of these to lead, but we'll get these lined up here in just a minute and see what Tyler does as far as sorting things out today. Looks like Tyler's made his decision. He's went for the microphone. Let's hear his comments about class number
To
39.
start this class, the stoutest featured, best structured heifer that's most correct in her top line. She's got enough power to go along with it. Guess we could change her at the base of her throat. Would be the one place you would tweak her just to increase her underlying quality. The heifer in second is really a moderate, big body one that sure got enough dimension down her top. Unfortunately, she's one that gets a little off from the way she handles her hind leg and doesn't want to stay correct in her spine when you set her in motion. The heifer that's going to round the class out, got a little teamwork going on there. The young lady's doing good getting her shown. But she's a level top heifer, a strong back, and got some shape to that rib cage. Unfortunately, she's just the one that's a little off in her hip and hind leg in terms of structure and balance. Wish she could move a little truer off those hind wheels.
Placings for class 39, entry 135. First place goes to Allie Tiemann. Second place to entry 134, Trent Tice. And third place, entry 133 to Kinley Rhodes.
Moving on to class number 40, coming to you next, just 2 entries.
There's 2 entries in class 40. Entry 137, Smart Miss Claire, 789H, shown by Karen Smart. And entry 139, Rafter L. Layla, 046H, shown by Kinley File.
And just quickly to give you the pedigrees on these, we've got entry 137 that Karen Smart from Runge, Texas is showing. Is going to be out of a Presidente son that came from JLS. And entry number 139 is going to be a Wall Street. Wall Street's had pretty good success here at the National Junior Brangus Show. I believe Wall Street would have sired your champion percentage female last year, and also your champion owned female last year. Looks like the Wall Street female will sort herself to
A
the top
pair
of
of
this
young
pair.
ladies that have a pair of heifers that are very similar in the way they're made in terms of their rib and composition, balance, and power. What sorts the pair for me is the one that's going to win is just a little truer in her movement. She gets out and takes a longer, more correct stride. She's also a touch bigger footed and stouter boned. Heifer in second, sure neat enough up through her front end. I like how trim she is in her condition, how expressive she is in her muscle. But I think that may work to her detriment in her skeleton. She's just a little straight off both ends and a touch frailer in her bone work.
Results for Class 40. First place goes to entry 139, shown by Kenley File, and second place to entry 137, shown by Karen Smart. Class 41 is entering the ring. We have entry 141, Miss T.F. Bella, 239H, shown by John Schultz. Entry 142, Rafter L. Abbey, 300H, shown by Addison Gotro. And entry 143, LCC 804E34 Matilda, 0018, shown by Peyton Hansen. This is Class 41.
Now entry 141, an April heifer is going to be out of JOJ Totus. On the bottom side of the pedigree, 239E. JOJ, we hadn't seen that prefix in a while. That'd be the Jorgensen family. Those three girls had plenty of success showing here at the Junior National over the years. Entry number 142 is going to be another Wall Street female. And entry number 143 is going to be a Dynamite out of an LCC cow there. So again, three nice entries standing here for your evaluation. But another deep class in our percentage owned show here at the National Junior Brangus Show. Looks like I'm going to start our class with a Dynamite heifer, followed by the Wall Street, and round the class out with entry 141.
The pair of black heifers suffers to the top end of this class, and they're similar in their rib and their balance from the side profile. But what sorts the pair for me, structural correctness. The heifer that wins is a lot more correct in the way she handles her hock and hits the ground when you see him move from the rear. She gets out and takes a longer, more correct stride. Yes, I'd like to clean her up through the base of her neck just a little bit, make her a touch more feminine, tighter up in her neck. But I think that's a real functional potential brood cow. Heifer in second's a long spine, level spined heifer that's a little neater up through her neck compared to our class winner. But when we set this one in motion, her shoulder's acceptable enough for me, even though I'd like to see her reach a little further, but it's her hind end structure that gets her second for me. She kind of wants to waddle out of her hind end and not get out and take a true step. The white heifer that comes in third is a good body one that's feminine up through her neck. She's got some neat pieces about her, but she's the one that concerns me the most from a structural standpoint. She's kind of round and high at her shoulder, and then go to the point of her shoulder and just a little straighter in that angle, and then just a little straighter in her hock. That one's got some unique pieces in terms of being really stout and good body and neat neck. We just need a touch more structural integrity to go along with it.
Results for Class 41, first place to entry 143, shown by Peyton Hansen. Second place to entry 142, shown by Addison Guttrell. And third place to entry 141, shown by John Schultz. We have two entries in Class 42. Entry 144, TCR Foxy 124H, shown by Sarah Altman. And entry 145, ACC Dandelion 32H, shown by Addison Guttrow.
Just two entries again in this class, 144 and 145. The 144 is going to be out of the DDD Eagleford bull back to a Triple Crown female on the bottom side of the pedigree. And entry number 145 is out of Rosenke's Fat Butt bull back to ACC Miss Champ 32R on the bottom side of that pedigree. That's going to be the Brangus side of the pedigree on lot or entry 145. Looks like our judge is just about done with his evaluation of this pair, taking one last look before he places these females. It appears 145 will be your class winner.
Very good showman, showing a nice pair of black heifers here. Going to start with the one that just balances a little better in terms of the way she comes out of her head, down her neck, and her top line. I like her hip and hind leg set better than the one in second. Sure, we could change her just a bit at the base of her neck, but I think a high quality one to win. The one in second, big back, round rib, like that about her. Just need to clean her up in her underline, dig deeper through her rear rib and flank, and let her move just a touch more functional or have a more of a show ring attractive look set to her hind leg, but I think one that'll make a nice cow. It's really forming and getting a really nice rib cage. Congratulations to both those young ladies.
Results for Class 42. First place to entry 145, shown by Addison Guttrow. And second place to entry 144, shown by Sarah Altman.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting to the short rows here of our percentage show. We've got one class of three, then a single entry. So if you would like to tune into our Grand Champion Percentage Female Drive, please stay close to your computer. We're getting down pretty shortly. We'll be doing that. Again, we don't do divisions in the Ultras or the Percentage show, so we'll bring back all those class winners. But I believe we've got a class of three coming to you next. Entry 147, 148, and 149. Entry 147 is going to be out of the 488C2. I believe that's the bull we call Patriot. Coming to you from Will Filipello.
Class 43 is entering the ring. We have entry 147, YP Raven 01YP, shown by Will Filipello. Entry 148, Ms. Raptor L. Ava 226G, shown by Eris Basie. And entry 149, TCR Candace 98G, shown by Tanner Miller.
Just to continue to go through these females in here, entry 148 is a master plan out of a crossbred cow from Hicks, and entry 149 is going to be a smooth criminal out of the TCR BDR Cream 98C cow. This one's going to be shown by Tanner Miller. She's the smoky one in the lineup here. And it's exciting to see these heavy bred females, regardless of the show, the Ultras or the Brangus or the Percentage females. You get these females heavy bred coming back to the Brangus National Junior Brangus show here. It's really exciting to see these females hold together so well and be so fresh and heavy in calf. I think we've got a great trio of females out here in this older class that'll certainly pose some challenges for our judge here this afternoon. Our judge is making his way through the lineup, talking to the exhibitors as he goes through. Certainly you can see this is going to be a challenge if you're watching this online here. Going to move these three heifers one more time, looks like. Again, we got the Patriot Daughter first in the lineup as we move right here. Second in the lineup, Aerospacey with a Master Plan Daughter, and rounding out the lineup as they stand right now, entry 149, shown by Tanner Miller, sired by Smooth Criminal. Three highly presented females we've got here in this heavy bred class number 43. No question about it. Our judge is taking a little more time to sort through a challenging trio we've got out here. Looks like he's going to leave them as they stand right here.
Really a great class here. Three exceptional individuals. This heifer that's going to win the class is acting up a little bit, but to me, she's the combination of the two heifers behind her. She's good structured and athletic. She balances well enough for me. She balances really well, actually. And then you get on top of her. Compared to that heifer in second, where the closest places for me is between those two for first. She's so much rounder in her rib. She's fuller in her forerib coming out of her shoulder and the lower side of her skeleton. And yet she balances like that heifer too, where I'd change hers up in her shoulder structure ever so slightly. She's a little more open in her shoulder, but the thing is she's bolder sprung and more powerful, and she handles that more than good enough for me. They'll give her that blue ribbon. The one that comes second is the one that is so nice in terms of femininity and quality up through her head and neck. She's level down her top and out of her hip. She's impeccable in terms of her structure. And she can do that because she's not as round rib and not as wide made and not as powerfully built. But these are heifers, so I don't mind that. I wish I could make her blend just a little in underlying quality better from her chest. From the base of her neck and her chest into her forerib. And then you get on top of her. There's just not as much sheer power there. But I like how she's coming along in calf and showing some udder development. I like her structural quality. It's impeccable. Just wish there was a little more of her. The heifer that comes in third is a very, very good heifer, and she's in contention. She's quality. She's as stout and powerful as any of them. She's got that extra rib and power of the heifer in one. First place, unfortunately, she just doesn't balance as well. She gets really plain up through her head and neck, a little short and plain out of her rump. And of all three heifers out here, she's probably the heaviest condition that's just getting a little wasted in her underline. That's being ultra critical on a really quality heifer to stand in third place, a really outstanding class.
Results for Class 43. First place to entry 147, shown by Will Filipello. Second place to entry 148, shown by Aerospacey. And third place to entry 149, shown by Tanner Miller. We have a single entry in Class 44, entry 58, Miss Beatrice, shown by Baylor Ray.
nice way to end our influence show. It's not very often that the kid acts better than the parent, and that's what's happening out here. The calf's acting better than the cow, young lady. Keep that smile. You got a really good cow that's awesome, attractive through her front end. She's right on her feet and legs, and she's in her work clothes because she's been raising that calf as she should. She has a nice little calf on her side. Congratulations, young lady.
We'll be setting up our champion drive. The first place winners from class 36 through 44 will all come in to compete for percentage grand champion heifer. Our first place winners are entering the ring. From class 36, we have entry 116, TCR Dawn 9J, shown by Caden Pickett. From class 37, we have entry 126, Rafter L. Katie 239H, shown by Tristan File. From class 38, we have entry 131, 4T Thor Miss Molly 747H, shown by Reed Thorne. From class 39, entry 135, SG Miss Darling Gold 208, shown by Allie Tiemann. From class 40, entry 139, Rafter L. Layla 0468, shown by Kinley File. From class 41, entry 143, LCC 804E34, Matilda 0018, shown by Peyton Hansen. From class 42, entry 145, ACC Dandelion 32H, shown by Addison Gotro. From class 43, entry 147, YP Raven 01YP, shown by Will Filippello. And entry number 58 from class 44, Miss Beatrice, shown by Bailey Ray.
Well, this is the last time I'll have the mic today. I sure appreciate the opportunity to get to work through these cattle and work with an awesome set of young people. You should take a lot of pride. These kids are respectful and good showmen, and as a judge, that makes it even tougher, but that's the type of competition you want to see. My hat's off to you all as a Brangus breed. These things get better every time I get the opportunity to judge one. I want to thank you all for coming up to Cattlemen's Congress last year and being a part of that when we put that show on. Thank you. You know, that was interesting times that we were living through, and there may be some coming back, but we found the opportunity to step up and help the industry, and never did we ever think we would do it again. And yet here we are going to do it again. And I want to announce, if you don't know, this year we are going to have a Supreme American Drive. So there will be a Supreme American Drive, yep. And we'll have 3 divisions, the Junior Supreme, and then the Open Heifer Supreme, and the Open Bull Supreme. So we hope you all come up and be a part of it. I hope it's not the cold front that hit in February. I hope it's warm, good moderate temperature. But we appreciate it. We want to grow the American show there and highlight these cattle because they're phenomenal. And they're good cattle that need to be showcased, even to our friends in the north. They need to know the quality of cattle that are here. So we look forward to seeing you there and want to make it a good experience for you. As we get out here, the influence show's been tremendous. There are several ways a fellow could go here, but to me, when we get into a show, quality wins for me, and I always side with quality that's a little more mature and further down the road and closer to Kevin. But that's to take nothing away from these calves, because these first 4 class winners are big time good and got a bright future. I think one of them could be in contention for a reserve, but probably not going to get the purple banner today. But man, they are awful good. We get into this division, maybe not like the Ultra Show as much, but if we get in here, we got some heavier bred, further along cattle that are absolutely high quality and in contention. I think there's one that surfaces to the top for me that kind of combines that Cali look, but still has some show ring look, and that's unique to put together. She's right in terms of structure, and yet she still balances good. Put your hands together for these exhibitors. I'll go out and show you the 2 I like the best. It's been a real pleasure.
Your champion percentage is entry number 147, shown by Will Filipello. Coming in to compete for reserve is entry 148, Ms. Rafter L. Eva, 226G, shown by Eris Basie. Reserve champion percentage heifer is entry number 148, shown by Eris Basie. Congratulations.